Chapter 408. The series of attacks had stunned him. Not to mention Thea, even if the president was standing in front of him, he might not be able to recognize her. But half an hour later, he calmed down. The truth was a little scary, but Thea was indeed someone he often saw in the newspapers and on TV. He flipped through a few newspapers. Smart and determined, calm in the face of danger, calm and collected, but there was not a single word about her being a supernatural. Father Midnight was so angry that he burned the newspapers in his hands. They were all liars. Those who appeared in the newspapers were liars, and those who wrote the newspapers were also liars. The most infuriating thing was that he had always believed in them. However, knowing Thea's true identity was of no help to his current situation. As a Haitian illegal immigrant, he could not call the police to arrest a billionaire with great influence in politics, business, and the military. In the end, he would end up in a bloody battle with the New York police in the streets until dawn. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to step through the portal and become an honest intelligence reporter. But before he spoke, he still pointed out Thea's identity in an attempt to salvage some of the disadvantages. Thea was indifferent. There were many people who knew her identity, and there would only be more and more in the future. She did not expect to hide it forever. Father Midnight was a guy without a residence permit, birth certificate, or payment record. It was impossible for him to report her to the media. Ordinary people and the magic world were assumed to be separated by a high wall, so there was nothing to worry about. Realizing that his words did not cause any psychological fluctuations in Thea, Father Midnight stopped cursing and told her what he knew. Croydon's compass? Thea crossed her arms and thought about the information Father Midnight told her. The voodoo warlock did not know how much Thea knew about the magic item. He explained in a low voice, the compass was made by an old bastard called Angus Croydon in the 1930s. He was a scumbag who died in the sewers. But it was said that his compass could find all magic items in the world. The most important thing was that ordinary people could use it. Old Midnight told Thea everything he knew. Thea felt that this item was a bit exaggerated. If it was really as heaven-defying as it was described, it was not something that an old magician who had died on the street could have made. You mean to say that Malcolm Merlin was looking for this compass at that time? Then he went missing? Yes, my information only showed that the compass was in Norway. After the deal was completed, he left New York. Even though Midnight's father wanted to be firm, he didn't have enough confidence. In the end, he was still a little humble. This old ma just couldn't stay idle. Back then, Thea tricked him into searching for his roots and ancestors, just to avoid a conflict between him and Green Arrow. She didn't expect that the old man had such a talent for detective. Relying on a mess of clues, he forcibly took a step from the world of ordinary people to the world of magic. Unsurprisingly, he was trapped in a small area. Thea did not feel the loss of her bloodline, and with Malcolm's resourcefulness and agility, she should not be in any danger for the time being. However, it would be hard to say if things went on like this. The local tyrant of Europe's magic world was the Cold Flame Church. It was a small sect that the four great wizards had founded together decades ago. However, the doctrine had become increasingly distorted and had become somewhat of a cult. The four founders were Mr. E, whom Thea had once spied on from a distance and practiced 18 kinds of meditation techniques a day until he went blind. Zatanna Zatara's father, the great wizard Giovanni Zatara, was said to be the direct descendants of Da Vinci. However, the old man had been dead for many years, and Zatanna was traveling the world to perform magic shows. As for the remaining two, one was the great wizard Sargon, and the other was the master alchemist Tanarak. These few were not like Midnight's father, who was a veteran of magic for decades. Thea could spy on them from a distance, but it was a bit impossible for her to open a portal and drag them out like she had caught Midnight. Voodoo was strangely stronger than magic, but defense had always been their weakness. Midnight's father was tortured by Thea. It was not that he was weak, but that Thea was strong. After all, magic was a systematic subject. Attacking arrays and defensive barriers were all necessary knowledge. It would be even more difficult to capture someone in their lair, which was heavily guarded and covered with countless defensive barriers, than to attack them by force. Thea opened a portal for Midnight's father. She did not say anything, but her meaning was very clear. It was none of his business, so he could go and rest. Who knew that Midnight thought for a few seconds on the spot. May I ask, where are you going to find people next? Switzerland, the headquarters of the Cold Flame Vatican, Thea said indifferently, as if she was not going to the cult's nest, but to the neighbor's house. Midnight's father only felt that he was too witty. From Thea's tone, he knew that she had nothing to do with the Cold Flame. Moreover, seeing her domineering, questioning him, the possibility of the two sides fighting was as high as 90%. That. Can I go with you? You still don't know, right? The current doctrine of the Cold Flame is to eradicate all magic users and collect all magic equipment. Thea looked at Midnight's father from top to bottom. This information dealer's magic was very abundant, only slightly inferior to Mr. E and the others. According to Thea's own comparison, his magic level was slightly inferior to her before she absorbed the Talisman of Isis. Although he had practiced for many years, if converted to the ancient times where magic was abundant, it was the level of an ordinary mage who meditated for 10 years. The only drawback was that there were too many impurities in his magic. Every time he used his magic, it would cause a burden on his body. After a long time, it was not rare to directly die while practicing. This was reflected in his lack of stamina in battle. He had to rest after using 2 big moves. If he did not rest, the magic in his body would cause him to faint from the pain. Midnight's father was a little anxious as he waited for a reply. Unexpectedly, Thea changed the topic and asked him another question. Are you willing to be my subordinate? Your body is full of hidden dangers. I can help you, and I can even help you improve further. Thea felt that this guy was a magic user. Together with Death Knell, it would not be too difficult for the two of them to control the Dark World's intelligence network. It was similar to how she dealt with Death Knell. She threw out a fake yellow ring and Midnight's father subconsciously caught it. 2 days later, I will lead a team to Switzerland. You can consider it. Wear the ring and you can talk. Of course, if you refuse, the ring will fly back to me. Thea finished speaking and threw him into the teleportation door with a magician's hand. 2 days. Sitting alone in the basement, Midnight's father quietly looked at the ring in his hand. Needless to say, this ring was not easy to wear. There were too many ways to control others in witchcraft. If he put himself in someone else's shoes, he felt that the price would not be small. The desire for power and the importance of his life made him hesitate. Should he choose to ignore Thea and continue to live, or should he take a gamble? Midnight's father did not make up his mind until dawn. Chapter 409. Thea sent the guest away and immediately summoned Death Knell and Poison Ivy. She asked them to take 300 mercenaries to Switzerland, where the headquarters of the Cold Flame Church was located deep in the Alps. Contact with the Sky Eye Society was becoming more frequent. All kinds of black technology equipment were secretly taken out in the name of the committee. That's right. Thea was cautious and prepared for both sides. The other side was reasonable and would answer all her questions. The probability of this happening was very small. The rest was to beat the other side into submission. If the other side had any resentment, she would directly kill them. A group of cultists, no matter how she looked at it, would not help the future of the Earth at all. If the other side lacked magic and attack power, she would directly crush them. If the magic was strange and secretive, she would use black technology to force them. When it was close to the end of the day, the assistant reported to her, "A Mr. Barry Allen wants to see you." Thea did not know that Oliver had told Barry a lot about her. She just felt surprised that he would come to see her for no reason. Let him in. 3 minutes later, Barry Allen, who was a bit familiar with Thea, greeted her. She had to admit that this man was really charming. It was not his appearance that was charming, but his temperament was very outstanding. Thea had seen a lot of superheroes, and Barry's temperament was like a big boy with sunshine. Different from the sunshine Superman, Superman had a kind of radiant temperament. According to Luther's words, Superman was like God walking on earth. You would not think that he would eat, sleep, chat, or do other mundane things. You could only feel his tolerance of all things. Barry was much more amiable than Superman. The two of them chatted casually for a while and their relationship was greatly improved. I heard from Ollie that you are in charge of the alien project. Is it true? Are there really aliens in the world? Barry felt that they were almost done chatting and finally got to his topic. Thea was a little surprised. She did not expect that he was thinking about aliens. What if he was hot-blooded and drove an alien spaceship to the universe to find the murderer of his mother? Would she still want this timeline? She had to dispel his idea. Thea did not want to face hundreds of lightning bolts in the cracks of time. Thea turned her office computer 180 degrees. These are the 7 alien races that have landed on Earth. I can't tell you where they are. Their body composition, blood concentration, living habits, we've done a rough calculation. I can show it to you. Barry Allen took over the laptop. He didn't even bother to express his gratitude as he looked at it carefully. Although he wasn't as good as Batman and Luthor, he had a lot of knowledge, and it didn't look like he was struggling with the data. The more he looked, the more he frowned. Barry felt that these aliens were too weak. Judging from the data, some of the aliens were not even as strong as the humans on Earth. This was too different from what he had imagined before coming here, where they could fly and burrow into the ground. Dr. Quinn, do you think there might be an alien that has transcended the constraints of the body and moved around like lightning? Thea waved her hand casually. You and my brother are friends. Just call me Thea. As for your question, I can only say that it's impossible. The body is the foundation. No matter how small a creature is, even if it's a microorganism, it has a form. We live in a material world. This is the conclusion drawn by countless generations of human scientists. Please don't blaspheme it. Looking at Thea's serious face, Barry, who was also a scientific researcher, was in awe. This was the real demeanor of a scholar. For a moment, he felt that he was a bit stubborn. In fact, Thea secretly criticized herself. As a magic user, she pretended to be a scientist and talked about the great power of modern science. She was also helpless. The power of speed itself was against the rules of physics. Not to mention herself, even Newton couldn't explain it clearly. As for the lightning you mentioned, it's even against the laws of physics. As fast as lightning, it's just an adjective. It's too fast. Air friction alone can't solve the problem. So the situation you said is not caused by aliens. You have to be confident. Aliens are not stronger than us. Now, if the aliens on Earth don't have our help, none of them will survive. Don't believe the nonsense in those movies. Subconsciously, you automatically put the aliens in a very strong place. This is not right. In order to dispel Barry Allen's idea, Thea belittled the aliens. In her words, the hundreds of thousands of aliens were no different from Syrian refugees. If they were happy, they would be given something to eat. If they were unhappy, they would go up and kick them. Barry was a little confused. Were aliens so bad? Although he was kind, his identity as an Earthling still made him proud. When he heard Thea's speech advocating the invincibility of Earthlings, he didn't feel any disgust. Feeling that the doubts in his heart had been solved, he directly said goodbye and left. After pretending to be a believer of the Church of Science for half a day and fooling Barry Allen, Thea began to busy herself with other things. She didn't know how many days the trip to Europe would take. The affairs of the committee could be handled at any time. The heroes here in Star City still needed her to make some preparations. Each of them was given a portable energy defense ring. When it was activated, it could withstand the attack of an M4A1 magazine or 3 rifle grenades. Tommy returned from being poisoned and learned his lesson. Although he didn't know where the god's blood and gene optimization fluid came from, he still started to inject them. She was afraid that they would be seriously injured and she wouldn't be able to treat them in time. She also prepared a healing arrow for each of them. The arrow barrel contained a large amount of nutrients and a small amount of adrenaline. Even if they were poisoned or seriously injured, no matter what, they would still be able to run back on their own. 2 days later, Thea activated the advanced invisibility spell on Merlin's sword and went to Switzerland alone to meet up with Death Knell and the others. In the end, Midnight Daddy couldn't resist the temptation of power and put on the replica light ring. The emotional energy helped him to clear the excess magic impurities in his body. It seemed that the total amount of magic was reduced by 1/3. In fact, the magic application was more flexible and varied. Many witchcraft that required skills in the past could now be performed. It could be said that his strength had increased by a lot. Not bad. How are the preparations of our people? Thea looked at Midnight Daddy and nodded to express her approval. She then turned to ask Death Knell. Death Knell was the best at killing and arson in other people's homes. After many years of being a mercenary, he had heard a little about the Cold Flame Vatican. In his opinion, these people who played with magic were nothing much. Moreover, he had brought along elite soldiers with the best weapons in the world. Death Knell's expression couldn't be seen through the red and black mask, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Good. Let's go. Remember, we are here to ask questions. Pay attention to your etiquette. Thea pulled Poison Ivy and Midnight Daddy into her invisibility spell. She looked at the 300 soldiers armed to the teeth outside the tent. There were 5 sets of exoskeleton armor and 2 M270 multi-barrel rocket launchers. Chapter 410. Thea's subordinates didn't really believe her so-called etiquette. Death Knell snorted, Poison Ivy chuckled, and Father Midnight thought of his own experience and looked at the valley in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. Under the cover of the night, the group walked very quietly. The multi-barreled rocket launchers were left at the campsite. Its attack range was enough to hit the cultists. Thea didn't want the normal mercenaries to know of her existence, so the scene was completely under Death Knell's command. She made it clear that they were going to exterminate the cultists. The mercenaries didn't reject this mission. They could kill the good guys and beat the bad guys as long as they paid. The people of the Cold Flame Church might be good at magic, but when it came to building their base, they weren't even considered amateurs. Plus, they were used to being arrogant. They were the only ones who found trouble with others, no one ever found trouble with them. The group was vigilant for a long time, but there wasn't even a night patrol. The cultists occupied an ancient medieval castle. It was made of bricks and the thick wooden door gave off a historical vibe. At least, Thea felt that it was more than enough to film a night legend. Go knock on the door. Death Knell finally remembered Thea's order to pay attention to etiquette. He pointed at one of his subordinates and said in a low voice. The subordinate was a little confused. Usually, in such a situation, didn't they throw a grenade and then kick open the door and kill their way in? Now that they were fully armed, they had to knock on someone's door. Although he was puzzled, the subordinate didn't dare to disobey Death Knell's order. He went up awkwardly and knocked on the wooden door of the ancient castle. Thea looked at the scene of her men nervously aiming their rifles at the door and almost laughed out loud. If the people inside shouted, "Who is it?" and the people outside said, "Send warmth," it would be even more heartwarming. Unfortunately, the people inside seemed to be dead. The mercenaries knocked on the door for 2 minutes but no one made a sound. Others couldn't see Thea, but they could still see her with their imitation light rings. Death Knell gave Thea a look. What should they do next? Activate our Italian cannon, no, M270 multi-barreled rocket launchers. Fire 2 shots first. Thea said through the light rings. They looked at her blankly. Was this what you meant by etiquette? Death Knell nodded silently. There was no such word as fear in his dictionary. He gestured for his men to leave before taking out his walkie-talkie and ordering the M270 at the rear to blast open the door with 2 shots. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 M26A1 long-range rocket launchers, leaving behind a trail of red flames, directly hit the wooden door. When the rocket was only 2 centimeters away from the wooden door, a metallic copper light flashed, and the rocket was directly blocked. The violent explosion made the copper light flash desperately. When the smoke dissipated, everyone found that the door was intact, as if the two rockets had never appeared. The magic defense here was quite intelligent. Thea's interest was piqued. Knocking on doors wasn't affected, but when the energy reached a certain level, it would activate defensive magic. She had to admit that the original designer was a genius. However, it was impossible to stop Thea with just these two moves. Did you see that? The metallic luster on the door has dimmed significantly. Continue attacking. Thea ordered death knell. The M270 carried 12 rockets. Death knell continued to order the rear to fire. At the same time, the mercenaries who carried anti-tank missiles also ordered them to fire freely. They didn't need to be restricted to the door. The opponent's defense barrier was a hole, so they could hit anywhere. In an instant, all kinds of rockets, missiles, grenades, and incendiary bombs were launched. The Cold Flame Vatican's defense barrier was indeed extraordinary. It could even be called an outstanding piece of art. However, the masters focused their attention on the spellcasters and ignored the crystallization of human technology. If Thea were to attack their barrier by herself, she would need to spend a lot of time to identify the magic array, analyze, and crack it. Even with the help of the Eye of Horus, she would need half a day to tear open a hole in the barrier. However, now that she was leading a large army, there was no need for her to waste her time. Those missiles and rockets were only a few $100,000 USD. She spent millions a day researching power armors, so this amount of money was nothing. The ultimate masterpiece of human magic, the last piece of technology, the almost impenetrable enchantment, was finally broken by a group of soldiers. The heavy wooden door was blown to pieces. Death Knell held a grenade launcher in his left hand and a long sword in his right. He was the first to walk in. The group walked through a corridor that was not too long and came to the front yard. The night was here, and the low trees around were blown by the breeze. There was a murderous aura in the dark, and they could faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the building. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They had just come in. Was there another group of passionate guests inside? Regardless of whether there was a fight or a dance party inside, it had nothing to do with Thea. She was here to get information. She signaled everyone to continue walking. With a click sound, the floor in the middle of the front yard quickly flipped up. Under the twisting of the mechanism, a white jade statue of a middle-aged man as tall as a person slowly rose up. The statue was wearing a top hat and a suit. He held a cane in his left hand, and his right arm was stretched out at shoulder level. His 5 fingers were spread open, and he faced everyone from afar. Isufer. The voice of the statue sounded hollow and powerless, as if it were coming from somewhere underground. Although the voice was weak, the effect was surprisingly good. Many of the mercenaries took more than 10 steps back, and some even walked to the door in one breath. The originally neat formation was suddenly messed up. Death Knell and Midnight's father each took a step back. One of them relied on his willpower, while the other relied on magic to stabilize their bodies. Unknown vines crawled out from Poison Ivy's feet and firmly held onto her ankle. She did not take a step back. Thea also felt the unknown energy affecting her judgment. But now that her magic willpower had reached an extremely high level, she was able to break free from the magic's influence with a little effort. Irony magic. Thea could not help but look at the statue. If she was not wrong, this should be Zatanna's father. She did not know what method he used, but he actually left a trace of his mental strength and a small amount of magic in the statue, which was used to defend against all non-members of the Vatican. This spell was really ingenious. Magic was actually the power of language at the beginning. The father and daughter's irony magic had developed this subject to the extreme, and they had also created a new interpretation of it. With the help of magic, the impossible became possible, and the illusory became reality. This was the magical version of using 4 tails to achieve 1,000 caddies. A talent born 1,000 years later, Thea sighed. This guy lived in the Middle Ages, an era when the natural environment was still filled with magic. His achievements might not be lower than Merlin's. She did not know if Zatanna's father had developed the irony magic himself. She only remembered that Constantine and Nightmare Nurse could also use a few sentences. Judging from this, it should not be a bloodline magic. The old man should have some notes in the Vatican, right? After she finished her questioning, should she ask for the notes for reference? Chapter 411. The matter of reference could be done later. A group of people being forced to retreat by a statue was not something to be proud of. Some mercenaries suggested taking a detour and climbing over the wall from the side. Death Knell shook his head and rejected the suggestion. He had no sense of honor, but Thea did not think that she could be forced to retreat by the statue. She gave Death Knell a few instructions in the ring. When everyone was far away, Death Knell instructed the mercenaries to go forward one by one to test the power of the statue. Bullets were useless, so they were rejected directly. People ran faster and walked slower, but it was useless. Without exception, they were all forced to retreat. They wanted to consume the magic power of the statue, but Thea found that the other party had expected this. There was a magic circle at the bottom of the statue that could draw magic power from the earth continuously. If they wanted to exhaust the magic power, they would have to flatten at least half of the valley. Interesting. In a place where the soldiers could not see, Thea stood up directly. Irony magic was indeed powerful, but it was too inflexible to only say, no, over and over again. In terms of understanding of magic, Thea was not as good as Zatanna's father, but her means were not limited to magic. She could reject material energy and magic, but how could she reject emotions? Fear. A large amount of emotional energy shot out from Thea's eyes. Not only did she want to destroy the statue, she also wanted to observe the internal workings of the statue and use this opportunity to spy on the mystery of irony magic. The guardians of OUA could not reject fear, the gods could not reject it, and as a mortal, it was even more impossible for them to reject it. The ground where the statue was standing trembled slightly, and fine cracks spread all over its body. The statue's stretched out right hand directly broke 3 fingers, but it barely withstood Thea's first wave of emotional attack. Was it because the statue itself was not a living body? Thea understood a little, but so what? Fear covered all materials. Stones may not feel fear, but the trace of spirit left by the great magician could feel it. No one could reject fear. The second wave of impact, mixed with Thea's magic power and fear, directly crushed the statue's weak resistance. The jade statue's right hand was blown into pieces, and the remaining spiritual power was wiped out by the huge emotional impact. The invisible aura of the statue disappeared in an instant, and the jade statue seemed to be stained with a layer of light ink. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a pile of debris. It was destroyed so quickly. Thea hadn't even seen 30% of the statue before it broke. Needless to say, it must have been left behind by the old man. When the dust settled, Thea covered her nose and walked in gloomily. The mercenaries could not see this invisible confrontation, they only felt that the statue had mysteriously exploded on its own. Under Death Knell's reprimand, they regrouped and rushed into the courtyard. The atrium was much wider than the vestibule, and the ground was laid out very neatly. It could be seen that the original owner of the castle had used this place as a training ground. Not far away, there were a few archery targets and straw figurines used for training. However, these things had now been moved away. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of evil cult members wearing red robes with their arms exposed. Their faces and bodies were full of decorative patterns, and they were killing each other. Thea originally thought that this group of people was very diligent, practicing martial arts without sleeping at night, but after looking at them for 3 seconds, she knew that she was wrong. There were already more than a dozen people lying on the ground, and there were still people joining the ranks, becoming quiet corpses. Among the crowd, there were 4 people who were particularly eye-catching. A brown-skinned woman with a nose ring was attacking an old man with a long beard. Another guy, who was as thin as a stick, was holding a red sword with his shirt open. He was fiercely slashing Mr. E, who was practicing so hard that his glasses were blinded. It was not difficult to tell that the woman and the thin man were in the same group, and the old man and Mr. E were in the same group. However, Thea had seen the photos of the 3 people before. Other than the dead Zatanna's father, they were the remaining 3 founders. But where did this woman with a nose ring come from? Are you the one who released the charm pheromone? Thea and the other 300 people entered the courtyard and found that this group of people was in full swing, and no one was paying attention to them, so they asked Poison Vine with some doubts. I don't even know them. How could it be me? Poison Vine rolled her beautiful eyes. That was strange. Thea could not figure out what they were doing. Based on the principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, she thought that she might as well ask them after they finished fighting. The 300 people were prepared to watch the show. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, although the other party was a cult member who had lost their minds, they were not blind. The people holding the machetes could not help but be attracted to them. In fact, it was impossible for so many of them not to be noticed. They all swaggered in, and in order to ensure that they were strong enough, there were also 5 mercenaries who had undergone genetic clinical experiments. They deliberately put on the exoskeleton armor newly developed by the committee. Excluding Thea, Batman, and Luther who had cheats, the exoskeleton armor was the latest equipment developed by human scientists, which incorporated alien technology. The exoskeleton armor was not strengthened in other aspects, but it was equipped with a Vulcan cannon in each hand, and the ammunition it carried with it was enough for them to fire at full capacity for 10 minutes. The committee made a total of 10 sets, and now Thea brought 5 of them to the cult's lair under the pretext of testing their performance. The 5 sets of exoskeleton armor were extremely heavy, and when they walked on the ground, they made a dong-dong sound. There were many torches in the atrium, and the light from the fire reflected on the black metal creation, making it even more breathtaking. The cult members slowly quieted down and stood on 2 sides. Those who were not clear-headed stood in front, gritting their teeth, and those who had some intelligence hid behind the human wall. The 4 people in the center of the battle were relatively clear-headed. They looked at each other, and there was only one meaning in their eyes. Are these the reinforcements you found? However, they found that their eyes were full of confusion, which confused the 4. An old man with a long beard and a white headscarf, dressed like an Indian, was seriously injured. His purple eyes flashed as he tried to find an opportunity to escape. Mr. E, who was blind, knew the truth better because his astral vision allowed him to see Thea and the other 2 in a high-level state of invisibility. He was a little afraid of Midnight's ink-black magic power, but he felt that he could win with a little effort. Poison Ivy was a mass of green energy under his astral vision. There was no circulation in her body and no blood flow. Was she a human? Was she some kind of summoned creature? Such a strange life form made him a little uncertain. As for Thea, who was in the middle, she was a living source of magic power in his eyes, a bottomless well. She looked calm on the surface, but when she was angry, no one could withstand it. Such a powerful force made Mr. E a little confused. Although he could feel Thea's breathing and heartbeat, he felt that she was not human. Was she an angel from the upper world? The blind old man, Mr. E, automatically stood at the end. He was ready to let a few of his former companions test the strength of this group of people. Chapter 4:12. Both of them stepped back for their own reasons. The woman with the nose ring and the tall and thin man looked at each other. The tall and thin man also stepped back quietly and signaled the woman with the nose ring to go forward and ask the question. What are you here for? The girl didn't know what the old men were afraid of. She stood out fearlessly and questioned them sternly. She seemed to be the leader, Death Knell. TSK. Thea took a few glances. This guy was definitely a non-mainstream. His skin was as rough as sandpaper. His nose piercing, eyebrow piercing and lip piercing were all over his body. There were even more shiny accessories on his body that jingled as he walked. His clothes were either torn during the fight or they were originally like that. They hung on his body in tatters. His brown skin gave off a vicious aura under the firelight. We are here to ask for information. There is a person called. Death Knell was interrupted by the nose-pierced girl before he could finish his sentence. You came here to look for someone? Haha. She laughed heartily, and the cultists who supported her around her all grinned as well. We only have dead people here. The nose-pierced girl didn't feel any magic from Death Knell. This person was like an ant to her. She mocked him without restraint. Death Knell had been in the underworld for many years and had seen all kinds of weirdos. He wasn't angry. He glanced at Thea from the corner of his eyes. What should he do next? Thea was unhappy. This guy looked like a hippopotamus and his strength was weak. Furthermore, he was so non-mainstream. There was nothing to say. Let's beat him up. Tuck tuck. Continuous sounds were heard. 5 exoskeletons and 10 Vulcan cannons fired at the same time. The metal bullets were denser than raindrops as they rained down on the enemy's head. The girl felt a chill down her spine. She waved her hand and a cloud of smoke appeared. The mercenaries thought that she was the leader and were worried that Death Knell would want her alive. Hence, they didn't focus their fire on her. In addition, she ran fast. The nose-pierced girl paid the price of losing one of her ears to keep her life. She had magic, so she managed to escape. Those brainwashed cultists didn't have the ability to do so. The result of using their flesh and blood to resist the metal storm was that more than 40 people were directly knocked down. Broken limbs were everywhere, and a few of them even tried to hide behind the corpses of their companions. The result was naturally, without exception, that they were torn to shreds. Kill these heretics. Cold flames scorching, leave no one alive. The tall and skinny man was also frightened. He raised the sword in his hand, but he didn't move a single step. Attack! Death Knell gave the order. All kinds of gunshots resounded in the air above this sinister ancient castle. The one-sided battle that the mercenaries had imagined did not happen. The cultists had already put aside their disputes and stood together in 2s and 3s. Cold flame scorching man. Cold flame, protect me. Following their slogan, the bodies of the dozens of so-called devout believers melted like candles. Green smoke rushed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and gathered into a cluster in the air. Large and small, a group of abstract white fog monsters appeared in front of the mercenaries. Behind them were the burned skeletons of the heretics. It seems to be some kind of monster that is formed by burning human souls. It looks scary, but it's not a big deal. Use the quantized cage. Thea instructed. Death Knell made a gesture behind him. 3 mercenaries held slim guns. 2 of them fired at their sides, while the last one fired at a spot 5 meters in front of him. Then, he pressed the button. The 3 dots formed an equilateral triangle. A blue electric light lit up in the area. This was one of the black technologies of the Heaven's Eye Society. The electric light contained a weak nano-decomposition beam. It was originally developed by imitating Superman's heat ray, but it didn't work well in actual combat. The Heaven's Eye Society changed this technology from offensive to defensive. It was useless against Superman, but against normal espers, one would die. These smoke monsters could stay in the subspace for a short period of time. As soon as they entered the material world, the nano-decomposition beam would cut them into particles that couldn't be seen even with a microscope. The smoke monsters screamed silently. If their bodies were damaged, they would have to enter the subspace to rest. When they came out, their bodies would be damaged again. Under this endless cycle, a few smoke monsters were directly vaporized. The remaining larger ones chose to fuse. They formed a 3-headed, 6-legged monster that tried to break out of the quantum cage. The mercenaries held their guns and fought with the remaining cultists who held machetes. The few from the Cold Flame Church wouldn't just stand there and watch. The tall and skinny one with a long sword was the great alchemist Tanarak. He took out a golden stone from his pocket and threw it at a corner of the quantum cage. Countless strong acids corroded the area. One of the triangulation trackers was directly vaporized. Without a stable source of energy, the quantum cage flickered twice. The blue electric light unwillingly dissipated in the air. The government's lackey. Show me what else you have. Tanarak shouted. It wasn't his fault. Death Knell had prepared good equipment for his subordinates. More than 300 people were fully armed, equipped with black technology and exoskeletons. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't something an ordinary organization could produce. Combining all kinds of inferences, the other party was a government organization that wanted to capture them and dissect them. Although he shouted loudly, he didn't move. His feet were rooted to the ground. He took out a bunch of things and prepared to defend himself. "Are you going to meet him?" Thea turned to ask Midnight's papa. Midnight's papa was a smart person. Although Thea was asking for his opinion, he knew that this request couldn't be rejected. He also wanted to see how much he had improved. He nodded slightly, indicating that he would go. He was a smart person. The hinting spell didn't have a strong effect on these magic users. When they first met, Thea realized that if Midnight didn't listen, she would have to use other spells to control him. With a light tap of her finger, she cancelled Midnight's papa's invisibility spell. The Voodoo King, who was also covered in bits and pieces, walked out of the group. "Midnight. You sewer maggot, how dare you bring people to the Cold Flame Church to behave atrociously?" They didn't know the mercenaries, but Midnight's papa was on the same level as them, so they knew him. The woman with the nose ring and Tanorak scolded loudly. At the same time, they wondered if they had pushed him too far. The other party had directly led an army to flatten them. Midnight's papa wasn't a good-tempered person. At first, there were 4 of them and he was alone. He couldn't even beat them one-on-one, so he could only endure it. But now, it was different. In his opinion, Thea could at least fight 3 of them and he could deal with one of them. Plus, he couldn't tell what the poison ivy was made of. His side had a high chance of winning and there was no need for him to bow down. He reached out and took out a pure white human skull. "Didn't you want my undead skull? I've brought it for you." As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the skull. The skull seemed to come alive. Its upper and lower jaws made caw-caw-caw sounds and it spat out a stinky black wind towards them. Chapter 413. Tanorak glanced back gloomily at Sargon, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He was best at dealing with voodoo warlocks, but it was a pity that he and his daughter had joined forces to ambush him. Mr. E's eyeless face was looking at him with a faint smile. It seemed that he could only go up himself. An alchemist going up against a voodoo warlock was a bit strange, but Tanorak, who looked down on Daddy Midnight, still went up to him. A street thug dared to behave atrociously in the Cold Flame Vatican? The great alchemist only needed a glance to determine the approximate composition of the poisonous gas. He threw out 2 bottles of solvent, one transparent and one turbid. The 2 bottles of potion mixed in the air and formed a kind of gas with a somewhat fresh fragrance. It directly neutralized Daddy Midnight's poison. Midnight did not back down. He took out a dark brown skeleton the size of a palm and silently chanted a spell. The skeleton expanded with the wind, but from its bone structure, it did not look like a modern human. "It's so short. Is this a human skeleton?" Death Knell looked at the skeleton that his new partner had thrown out and asked Thea with some doubt. This thing was less than a meter tall. Could it have been a dwarf when it was alive? That should be the skeleton of a Lemurian. Earth's civilization was slightly older than Atlantis. To the current Earth's people, it's a prehistoric civilization. Thea was also quite interested. She did not expect Daddy Midnight to have such a good thing. The Lemurians were divided into the giant race and the dwarf race. This skeleton was unsurprisingly from the dwarf race. It was a natural-born psionic ability user. However, one special ability was directly linked to one's bloodline. It had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, so it wasn't a simple matter to rely on this skeleton to display its remaining value. Daddy Midnight had already thought about this problem. He gave the skeleton a small tambourine drum. The dark brown skeleton slowly hit the tambourine drum. Psionic shock, invisible to the naked eye, was intermittently emitted in front of him. The alchemist's willpower attribute was not high. He was beaten back by the psionic shock. At the critical moment, Mr. E, who practiced 18 meditation techniques a day, stepped forward. His hands emitted waves of ripples and blocked Daddy Midnight's attack. As for whether or not he wanted to leave Thea and Poison Ivy, who he couldn't see through, to his companions, no one knew. The great alchemist had been made a fool of by a voodoo warlock that he looked down on, and he felt unsatisfied. He no longer held back and kept hitting the ground. Following the rumbling sounds of heavy objects, 2 heavy steel statues ran out of the backyard, their huge bodies quickly appearing in front of them. Kill them. The great alchemist pointed at the mercenaries. Thea was a little surprised. These spellcasters from Earth really did have some good stuff. Midnight's skeleton from the prehistoric civilization, this guy's steel golem, these were all extremely valuable things. It would be too much of a pity to let everyone blow it up. Thea winked at Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy's eyes instantly turned emerald green. A large number of vines suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the steel golem's feet. Under the influence of Poison Ivy's chlorophyll, the vines grew at a heaven-defying speed. The vines that could only wrap around the golem in less than 10 seconds had already slowed down the golem's footsteps. The golem's strength was infinite, and it rushed forward tirelessly. The vines that were as thick as a child's arm were pulled apart by the huge force. One vine was torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more vines were wrapped around it. 2 vines were torn apart, and 5 or 6 vines were wrapped around it again. In less than 30 seconds, the 2 steel golems were still struggling with all their might. However, under the entanglement of a large number of vines, they could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Mr. E shrunk his neck and pulled the battlefield between himself and Daddy Midnight to the side. The great alchemist also noticed that something was wrong at this time. He took out a handful of powder from his body and threw it at Poison Ivy and Thea's position. Hiding the head but showing the tail, come out. The powder was clearly scattered, but it defied the laws of physics. It was thrown dozens of meters away, and only dispersed when it was 5 meters in front of Thea. Poison Ivy waved her hand, and a green wall made entirely of plants appeared in the middle of the fissure, blocking all the powder outside. Play with them. Thea changed into a black robe, covering herself from head to toe. She reached out and cancelled the invisibility spell on the 2. Except for Mr. E, who had already noticed it, the other 3 took a deep breath. Poison Ivy sat on a huge, colorful man-eating flower. This flower was at least 3 meters tall, and its roots and branches were at least 10 meters when fully spread out. Was there such a huge plant on Earth? Facing a powerful enemy, Sargon and his daughter, who had temporarily made peace, looked at the great alchemist. He was involved in the most diverse subjects and had the most knowledge. The great alchemist Tanarak shook his head. This thing did not seem to grow in nature. Mages like them could often summon some strange species. A huge plant did not surprise them. What made them confused was that they could not see through Poison Ivy's essence. Was this woman alive or dead? If she was alive, the circulation in her body was completely different from that of humans. If she was dead, she could breathe, and there was no aura of death on her body. Instead, there was a bright and dazzling aura of life. Like Mr. E, the 3 of them regarded Poison Ivy as some kind of summoned life form from the outer world. As for the summoner, who else could it be? Naturally, it was Miss Thea, who was dressed like a necromancer, beside her. Poison Ivy's body was full of vitality, but there was no magic power, so they were only afraid. But Thea and the others were dumbfounded. This person's magic power was too profound. The nose ring girl who had just started learning magic in Tanarak, who had always been studying alchemy and rarely accumulated magic power, only felt that it was powerful. Apart from Thea, the strongest great mage, Sargon, felt it much more deeply than they did. Pure, thick, profound, and vast were not enough to describe this magic power. Sargon could not understand where this divine being came from. Out of curiosity, he used a secret spell to see Thea's inner essence. He was the oldest and had seen too much and experienced too much. Even if the other party was an angel who had descended to the mortal world, he would not be surprised. But he did not see the scene he had imagined at all. It was as if he was standing alone in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, it was pitch black. He subconsciously looked down, and as his gaze fell, the void became darker and darker until it absorbed his gaze. He could no longer see anything. Only the mental power that he had cultivated for many years told him that he was looking at the abyss, and the abyss was looking at him. If he still wanted to see the sun tomorrow, he had better come out quickly. He did not know that this was the psychic shield that Thea had learned from the Martian hunter. The yellow energy of fear enveloped the soul. He had been ambushed by his daughter and betrayed by his best friend. His willpower attribute had dropped to the bottom. Looking at Thea's magic reaction from afar was actually fine, but he had courted death and wanted to see the inner essence. As a result, he had bumped into the psychic shield and the magically modified mind labyrinth. All kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Spellcasters who had been tortured to death by him, demons from hell, monsters from the abyss, nightmares in the space mezzanine, and countless species that he had seen before or never seen appeared around him. His mental power was exhausted until it was exhausted. His vision was filled with endless emptiness, and he could no longer perceive the outside world. Chapter 4:14. Addicted to Thea's mind labyrinth, the Archmage, who was comparable to Zatanna's father, had his mental strength completely depleted. His mind was completely still, and his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, his legs stretched out, his neck tilted, and he revealed a strange smile. He was dead. F***ck. The two guys who had known him for half their lives and his daughter were dumbfounded. You died because of a disagreement? Have you considered that we're still fighting? Are you playing with us? Do you still want the unity of Squad 7? Where's your team spirit? If they knew that their powerful companion had died just because he took a second look at someone in the crowd, they would be even more horrified. Mr. E, who was originally evenly matched with Midnight's father, was knocked back. He had to cast 2 spells in a row to recover from his disadvantage. Old thing. Give me your magic power. Old thing, say something. Come hit me. The girl with the nose ring shook her father's body back and forth like a madwoman, as if she could shake the magic out of his body. Unfortunately, the death of a man was like an extinguished lamp. The magic in Sargon's body was like a prisoner who had broken free from his shackles, dissipating in all directions. Ah! The girl with the nose ring could naturally see this scene. Like an injured beast, she roared at the sky. Stop roaring. Fight the enemy with me. Tanarak was going crazy. What kind of useless teammates were they? The strongest Archmage had died inexplicably, and now they were reduced to a support like him carrying the heavy burden. The situation was extremely bad. Although the girl with the nose ring was a newcomer, she could at least provide some help. He stared nervously at Thea. Death Knell and Poison Ivy were waiting for orders. The mercenaries were using a rain of bullets to deplete the number of smoke monsters and cultists. The battle outside was very lively, but the center of the field was a little quiet. What was Thea doing at this time? Thea was busy sorting out the gift bags. This unlucky Archmage was the second humanoid gift bag she had encountered in her life. The previous Martian manhunter had also failed due to fear, but at least it required Thea to collect all kinds of knowledge on her own. This Archmage had delivered himself to her doorstep. His mental power was destroyed by all kinds of illusions, and a large amount of memories were intercepted by Thea. At first, Thea was puzzled. Where did these things come from? It wasn't until the old man breathed his last that she understood. The soul that carried the memories dissipated, and the old man left everything he had learned in his life to Thea. In terms of function, it was far less powerful than the Martian hunter of the past, but it was a professional match. A large number of applications of spells, secret arts, tricks, and rituals were all completely obtained by Thea. You guys go ahead. Leave that blind man in the suit. You can kill the rest. Thea was constantly sorting out her gains. From the old man's memories, she knew that Mr. E was in charge of all external affairs. She could just ask him about Malcolm. The others did not have any powerful means, and Poison Ivy and Death Knell were more than enough to deal with them. Sargon had a lot of memories. The old man had lived for more than 90 years, and he was the oldest of the four. He had been to many places in the world before his death and learned many spells. He could also cast the irony spell that Thea had been a little envious of, but he was not very good at it. Sargon's unique spell was gem magic. He could use a special method to seal spells into gems, and when he used them, he could cast them by chanting a certain word. It was very similar to the spell scrolls in the game. He had accumulated a lot of magic gems, and when he threw them out in a fight, not many people could withstand it. The old man's attacks were sharp, Zatara's irony magic defense was amazing, Mr. E was in charge of scouting, and Tanarak the alchemist was in charge of making some magical tools and deciphering traps. When the four of them were at their most intimate, it could be said that they were the strongest mage team in the world. Unfortunately, no matter how deep their friendship was, it could not withstand the baptism of time. Zatara's death caused a rift between the four of them, and this rift grew bigger and bigger. Today, Tanarak and Sargon's daughter directly led half of the followers to betray them, ambushing and seriously injuring Sargon. At this point in time in the original timeline, their plan was very successful. Sargon's daughter seized her father's magic, and Mr. E directly admitted defeat. The Cold Flame Vatican could be said to have not suffered any damage. However, Thea's miraculous appearance completely changed the situation. Sargon's gaze accidentally killed himself. Without his magic, the girl with the nose ring became a useless woman, and the situation deteriorated to the point where it could not be any worse. After carefully analyzing the situation from old man Sargon's memories, Sia could not help but sigh. Their arrival was too coincidental. If they were 10 minutes earlier, they would still be fine, but if they were 10 minutes later, the girl with the nose ring would inherit the old man's magic and magic gemstones. Could this be the luck attribute of Merlin's sword? Thea felt the sword around her neck that was used as a necklace, and thought with some uncertainty. However, from the fact that this human gift bag had automatically sent itself to her door for her to study, she was indeed lucky. Thea glanced at the situation. Death Knell did not let Poison Ivy help, and was fighting Tanarak alone. The alchemist, who did not take him seriously at first, was stunned by Death Knell's magic-piercing bullets. He had no choice but to take out his own alchemy items to resist. Death Knell's grenade launcher had been magically modified by Thea, and now the bullets were all high-speed armor-piercing bullets with magic-piercing arrays. Thea did not have the time to make them one by one. She made one bullet, and then directly used the artificial intelligence to repeatedly scan the array carvings. She then used modern machinery to dig it out bit by bit. With the fully automatic equipment, she could only produce a few rounds a day. The machinery faithfully simulated her carvings. The magic-piercing bullets had less spiritual energy than the ones she made, but it was more convenient. Now, these bullets were all in Death Knell's hands. He had also injected himself with the super gene optimization fluid that Thea had concocted, and his body's attributes were increasing rapidly. He was clearly a burly man like a bear, but now his body was as light as an eagle. He surrounded Tanarak and slashed left and right. From time to time, the invisible arm behind him would control the gun to shoot various bullets at his magic shield. Alchemists were not known for their powerful magic, but he was a support staff. His combat experience was worlds apart from Death Knell's. Without a magic shield, he was just a mortal body. Death Knell's machete was so fast that it left after images. He did not think that he could withstand it with his 50 kilograms of weight. The alchemy items in his hands were being consumed rapidly. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he could not find a way to break out of this situation. Poison Ivy giggled as she looked at the battlefield. Her personality was not very belligerent. When no one paid attention to her, she would play by herself. That's right, she was playing. Her charm pheromone spurted out, and from time to time, she would bewitch a few cultists to swing their machetes at her former companions. She was having a lot of fun. Chapter 4:15. Controlling the cultists to kill each other, trapping the two iron golems, and dealing with the girl with the nose ring, who was actually not a threat, and preventing her from harassing Death Knell's battle. Poison Ivy seemed to have a lot of work to do, but it was not serious at all. Although the cultists were ferocious, they were a group of ordinary people. Plus, they were malnourished and would bleed for no reason, so their bodies were weaker than ordinary people. The girl with the nose ring was also a newcomer to the magic world. Her shouts were earth-shattering. Thea estimated that Damien could kill her even if he used all his magic and martial arts skills, so she was not a strong opponent. Poison Ivy had great potential and could easily control the flow of the battle. Her methods were strange and mysterious, and she was better than a non-magic person. Thea was optimistic about her future. While they were fighting, Thea dragged Old Man Sargon's body over. The old man had a cloth wrapped around his head, and he seemed to be an Indian. Thea had gotten his big gift, so she was not interested in his black body. She took out a small bag from the side of the body and opened it. There were 5 or 6 dazzling gemstones inside. Thea took out a gemstone and looked at the quality of the gemstone with a torch as if nothing had happened on the battlefield. She curled her lips and secretly scolded him for being poor. Although she did not study gemstones as deeply as Catwoman, Thea relied on her female talent to judge that these gemstones were only of an acceptable level. Old Man Sargon did not know that his body was almost cold, but he was still being looked down upon. In fact, he was also helpless. Although he was born in a rich family in India, he was considered rich compared to his countrymen who could transport tens of thousands of people in a train. But compared to Thea, he was a complete pauper. First of all, the wealth belonged to his family, not him. There were many branches in his family, and all of them were asking for money. In order to reduce the attention of the secular world, he did not dare to use magic recklessly. In India, there were corrupt people everywhere, and they wanted money everywhere. There was not much wealth for him to freely use. Secondly, his wealth was in the most basic industry, which was commonly known as a landlord. His family owned a large amount of land in India, and every year, tens of thousands of farmers helped his family farm. 200 years ago, this would have been something worth bragging about. But in today's information society, it could only be exchanged for size from the onlookers. The last and most crucial point was that he had met Zatara and his friends 30 years ago. The other two were not considered wealthy. Only Zatara, who lived in Gotham, had a decent financial situation. The few of them had founded the cult, and the daily funds had been paid by Zatara and Sargon. With Zatara's death, the cult's funds had been cut in half. Old Sargon had to fork out his coffin money to barely survive until today. In such a tight economic crisis, he really didn't have the extra money to buy gems. Thea despised the old man's poverty. "You're so poor, why do you still want to play with gem magic? What a joke. It seems that this skill can only be developed in my hands." Thea weighed the bag with a few gems in her hand and thought to herself, "Among the mages, I'm the richest, and among the rich, I'm the best at magic." It was probably referring to people like Thea. Gem magic. Gems in front, magic behind. The importance of good gems could be seen from this. Without boasting, Thea was the best at this spell, except for those dragons who were hiding in some unknown dimension. She had been busy for the past few years and had not deliberately collected any gems. But as her reputation grew, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to see her, visit her, and make friends with her. The first meeting required a greeting gift. This was basic human interaction. Those who were qualified to see her were either rich or noble. These people did not want to be laughed at, so they racked their brains to give her gifts. Thea was a young woman, so what should she give her? There was no mistake in giving her gems. Even though she had rejected many of them, there were still more precious gems and gems that filled the 12 safes in her house. Among them, there were more than 300 pieces that would leave their names in history. If Thea had not given some to Diana, this number would have doubled. Catwoman had sourly said many times that Thea had been targeted by international robbers. It was not without reason. She used an earth-type spell to dig a huge hole and buried Sargon, who was poor but still played with gems. Looking at the battlefield, Thea's mind was already immersed in fantasizing about how many gems she needed to make to blow Darkseid up into the sky. A flash of silver interrupted her daydream. A teleportation portal? A man and a woman walked out of it. The man was wearing a khaki trench coat with a dirty white shirt underneath. His tie was loosely tied. The man looked dispirited. His face was covered in stubble, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. The man did not pay much attention to what happened after the teleportation. He seemed to be trying his best to explain something to the woman beside him. The woman had shoulder-length hair and wore a purple jacket with a white shirt inside. The V-neck design showed off her indescribable pair of stalwart things. Her legs were covered in demonic fishnet stockings and a pair of leather boots. The woman had a pretty face and a resolute aura, which was a stark contrast to the lazy and cunning man beside her. Listen to me, Ja. The Croydon compass can help you find anything. That's enough, Constantine. I've had enough of your hypocritical lies and malicious help. You be **starred, scum. You always get me into trouble. I just want to find my father's belongings. You go on your own. The purple-clothed woman spat at the man's face without any elegance. After that, she was stunned by the lively atmosphere in the square. She stuttered her words and looked at the situation in front of her in confusion. Her first reaction was similar to the Cold Flame Church's initial guess. This was the government's secret army encircling and annihilating a lively social organization. The man's reaction was much calmer than hers. A trace of doubt flashed through the corner of his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cynicism. The night wind was a little strong. He reached out to cover his mouth and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and said to the woman in a slightly intoxicated manner. I didn't cause this trouble. You know, I was planning to sneak in. Sneak in my ass. There were at least 1,000 people in this square. Even a mosquito couldn't fly in with so many people. The woman considered the man's misdeeds and automatically imagined that this was specially designed for her. The two of them could not figure out what was going on. Out of caution, they roughly observed the battlefield. The first thing they saw was poison ivy sitting on a 3-meter-tall man-eating flower. It couldn't be helped. This had nothing to do with magic. It was just that poison ivy was too high profile. Anyone with good eyesight could see her at a glance. What is this? A human? The two mages with extraordinary knowledge were also attracted by poison ivy's strange life form. Was this a human? Chapter 4:16. Constantine and Zatanna. Should they be here? Thea could not figure it out. According to their conversation, Zatanna was here to look for her father's relic, while Constantine's purpose was the same as old Ma's. They were both here to look for the compass. Could it be that Malcolm was really here? Thea thought that it was a little cruel to annihilate an entire family just to find out something. But now, it seemed that these guys were right. She immediately activated the Eye of Horus and looked into the depths of the castle through the layers of magic barriers. The sudden appearance of the two unexpected people made Grand Alchemist Tanarak, who was being tortured by Death Knell's anti-magic bullets, so excited that he let out a roar. An hour ago, if these two dared to swagger into the Church of Cold Flame, he would definitely teach them a lesson that they would never forget. But now, he could not even take care of himself. He could not figure out how Death Knell, the big guy, had so many anti-magic bullets. The alchemy products that he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were being consumed rapidly. If these two did not interfere, he would have to run away. Zatanna. Come and help me. I know where your father's relic is. He was my best friend when he was alive. The Grand Alchemist knew Zatanna. To a certain extent, it could be said that he watched her grow up. As for whether he was her father's best friend, only God knew. His idea was extremely insidious. It would be best if he could get them to help him. If he could not, he would lure the enemies to attack Zatanna. Then, he would have a chance to escape. So, his shout was extremely loud. His thin and weak body almost used up all the energy in his dantian. His voice reverberated from his abdomen all the way to the square. On the other side of the battlefield, Papa Midnight, who was dealing with an errand with Mr. E, also heard the shout. They had fought for less than a minute, and both of them had tacitly stopped their attacks. Now that he heard the Grand Alchemist's words, he also noticed the man and woman on the other side of the battlefield. He had only seen Zatanna's photo but had never interacted with her before. But he knew Constantine too well. The two were friends and enemies. Sometimes they fought, sometimes they worked together. No one knew Constantine better than him. He turned back to look at Thea and found that she was silent. Papa Midnight did not know what she was up to, but to show his value, he shouted to the other side. "Constantine, you scum! Your old man is here, come and help me." Laughing and scolding was their way of life. Constantine, who was originally smoking, was a cigarette in between his fingers. He looked at it. Papa Midnight? What are you doing here, you bastard? You actually dared to attack the Cold Flame Church? You've really got guts." Constantine's expression became more serious as he cursed. This matter was getting out of hand. It was not difficult to tell from Papa Midnight's position that he was in cahoots with these soldiers armed with advanced firearms. According to Constantine's understanding of Papa Midnight, this guy was very poor. Any one of these soldiers would have enough equipment to buy Midnight's broken bar. He was definitely not the leader, but a glorious guide. Constantine scratched his messy hair. From the perspective of friendship, and from the perspective of being hostile to the Cold Flame Vatican, he should help, but he really did not want to be involved in this kind of big trouble. With his wisdom, it was not difficult for him to see that there were more powerful people behind these soldiers. He shook his head slightly and pulled back Zatanna, who wanted to enter the battlefield. "Niece Zatanna, come and help Uncle Tanarak. Don't you remember that I carried you when you were young?" The Grand Alchemist's voice was a little hoarse because he shouted too loudly, but he did not care. He began to shamelessly ask for help. Even a noble master like him was shameless. Papa Midnight, who had mixed in between the black and white, was even more unscrupulous. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Constantine, my brother. We were drinking together a week ago. Can you bear to see your brother being bullied?" The two of them shouted as if they were on the World Channel. The Grand Alchemist's throat could not take it anymore. He took out a black metal object and put it in his mouth. His voice was immediately amplified countless times. The Alps Valley at night was buzzing because of him. Papa Midnight was not afraid of him. He took out an animal's tongue covered in mucus and swallowed it. His voice echoed on the ground. The two of them were still asking for help at first, but after shouting a few words, they began to curse each other. The Grand Alchemist thought that Papa Midnight was a sewer rat, while Papa Midnight mocked him as a maggot that only knew how to eat shit. "Shut up, all of you. There were too many messy spells in this castle." Thea spent a lot of effort to sweep the entire castle, but she did not find any trace of Papa Midnight. She was already very unhappy, and when she heard their curses getting worse and worse, she was irritated. She ignored both friend and foe and threw out a wide-range psychic shock. Her voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. Ordinary people, mercenaries, and cultists were all shocked to the ground. Several magic users were shocked. Papa Midnight was the furthest away and was the least affected. He shrunk his neck and did not dare to make a sound. Mr. E was shocked. He had already begun to think about whether to use feather fall or glide when he jumped off the cliff. The Grand Alchemist was the most unlucky. Just as he was about to shout, he was scared back. But Death Knell's willpower was very high, so it was not affected much. Seeing that he suddenly showed a big flaw, Death Knell did not think and slashed down. A skinny left hand was cut off. The Grand Alchemist howled like a pig being slaughtered. He could not hold on any longer. Death Knell slashed 3 times like a storm, cutting the greedy Grand Alchemist into pieces. His movements were too fast. It was not until the fresh corpse fell to the ground that Zatanna, who had just gotten rid of the psychic shock, shouted, "Stop." Although she was suspicious about the identity of the Grand Alchemist's so-called father's friend, Zatanna still felt angry that someone she knew had died in front of her. She took out a small staff. She aimed the tip of the staff at Death Knell, and a purple brilliance shot out. "Little Ja, don't." Constantine was still a step too late. In his heart, the people of the Cold Flame Church were his enemies. The more deaths the better. Revenge for the Grand Alchemist? Wasn't that crazy? Go back. Thea did not have a good impression of this reckless woman. She stretched out her left hand, and an invisible wave flashed between her white fingers. This was the irony magic that made the father and daughter famous. This spell was very profound. Thea only got Sargon's memory, not Zatara's. In addition, the old mage was not good at this spell when he was alive. It could only be said that he learned this spell from a few good friends. He was still far from being proficient in it. But Thea relied on her own high magic power and did not need too much skill to cast it. Chapter 4:17. The flying purple energy beam seemed to have been stopped by some kind of great force. It turned back in the air and shot back at Zatanna. Ironic magic. Zatanna was shocked. She was just a beginner in this spell and was still far from being able to use it freely. With her competitive nature, she opened her hands and tried to return the spell. This was their family's unique skill. Many of the techniques were unknown to others. She didn't think that she was worse than others. Go back. Her momentum was very good. The use of the spell, the technique, and the timing were all on point. However, there was a fundamental difference between her and Thea's total magic power. At her peak, she might be able to exchange a few blows with Thea. But now, there was a huge gap between them. Her family's secret technique didn't change the direction of the spell. It couldn't even delay it. The purple light beam rushed back to its original owner without hesitation. Little Ja, get out of the way. Constantine spat out the cigarette butt and flew up. He made what he thought was a very heroic and manly save. Of course, it would be even more perfect if the two of them were not covered in dirt. Thea saw this scene and clenched her teeth. Zatanna's level was clear at a glance, but Constantine couldn't be sure. This wasn't to say that he was hiding his strength. It was just that the yellow windbreaker he got from Nick Nacro blocked Thea's probing. This windbreaker was of very high quality. Looking at the aura lingering on it, it was definitely a high-grade magic tool. What's the origin of this man? My pheromone can't control him? Poison Ivy's voice reached Thea's ears. Thea nodded. This windbreaker had high resistance to all kinds of things. It wasn't surprising that it could resist Poison Ivy's control. She pointed her chin at Mr. E, who was fighting with Daddy Midnight on the other side, and motioned for Poison Ivy to go over and help. She looked at Zatanna, who had been thrown to the ground by a hungry tiger, and Constantine, who looked brave but had not exposed his true identity. Constantine's strength had always fluctuated between high and low. When he was strong, he could seal the Demon King of Hell. When he was weak, he was reduced to being beaten up by hooligans on the streets and having his soap picked up by the prison guards. It was hard to tell whether he was pretending to be strong or weak. Thea didn't use any more ironic magic. Instead, she used her own magic to combine the three elements of water, wind, and fire to create lightning. Thea deliberately increased the proportion of the fire element. The lightning was different from the traditional bright blue. Instead, it was dim orange. He raised his finger and aimed it at the two of them from afar. The orange-red lightning plowed a deep trench in the ground and flew towards the two of them. Thea controlled the orange-red lightning to lose some of its speed and become more violent. She still wanted to find out more about Constantine. When lightning was halfway there, it split into three, blocking all possible escape routes and attacking the two from three different directions. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Constantine lightly stomped his left foot on the ground. A purple halo rose and firmly covered the two of them. The orange-red lightning hit the halo. There was no intense energy collision and no dazzling photoelectric effect. The three lightning bolts disappeared directly like hot water splashing on ice. Arranged in an octagonal pattern, engraved with the words representing the sun, moon, and stars. This is the magic circle used by the great mage John Day in the 15th century to resist the magic loss. This magic circle can eliminate any supernatural power and magic damage. TSK, it's very effective. Could it be that you have been drawing this magic circle since you were teleported here? Your sense of crisis is very strong. Thea casually commented on his magic circle. Constantine's face was a little ugly when he heard her mention the origin of the magic circle so easily. However, he still fearlessly took out another cigarette and lit it. What he didn't expect was that Thea's last sentence made his face change drastically. You are Thomas Constantine's son. You look a lot like your father. Thea was so happy that she was almost bubbling. No wonder Death Knell treated everyone as a child. It felt so good to act like an elder. Constantine and Zatanna looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Who is this guy? Who else in the world knows your family's irony magic? Have you taught anyone else? Constantine asked in a low voice. Zatanna shook her head. My father has a few friends who should know, but I definitely haven't spread it. The two of them were speechless. She knew Constantine's father, knew how to use irony magic, and had a magic power as deep as the sea. The conclusion was obvious. She was an elder. In order to deepen his impression, Thea recounted what happened 100 years ago. At that time, your grandfather died in battle at the Somme River. I was the one who sent his body back to your father. When I met your father, he was not even 10 years old. Time really flies. Constantine took out 3 detection tools in a row, and all of them were real. Thea didn't lie at all. This made him slowly believe her. It wasn't strange for people with deep magic power to live for 100 years. Thea wasn't spouting nonsense. It was just that she was in a time travel state at that time, and she didn't see Thomas after that. These were 2 premises that she didn't mention. After many misunderstandings, Constantine had the misconception that this person was either his father's friend or his grandfather's friend. You really know my father? That's right, kid. Ask your partner to stop. I'll tell you in detail later. Thea acted like an expert. Father Midnight, who knew her true identity and had dealt with Constantine for many years, heard their entire conversation. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Constantine, who had been swindled his whole life, was actually deceived by another person. How could a billionaire like her know Constantine's drunkard father? Their ages didn't match at all. He thought that it was Thea's magical attainments that deceived Constantine's detection tools. Amused, he was even more in awe of Thea. The suggestion spell finally left a seed in his consciousness. After calming down Constantine and his partner, Thea finally had time to deal with the blind old man, Mr. E, surrounded by Father Midnight, Poison Ivy, and Thea. The old man couldn't even take a single blow. He didn't even have time to jump off the cliff before he was firmly entangled by Poison Ivy's strange vines. The vines pulled the blind old man in front of Thea. She asked, actually, we're here today to ask you something. Do you know Malcolm Merlin? Do you know who he was last in contact with, and where he disappeared? Thea showed an elegant demeanor and asked politely. However, her words were like thunder in Mr. E. Damn it. You came to our house to shout and kill, but you're here to get information? Mr. E's empty eye socket stared at Thea in disbelief. His astral vision allowed him to see the world from 360 degrees. He didn't even turn his head to look at the great alchemist lying in a pool of blood on the ground in the distance. He really felt that this old man didn't deserve to die. This group of fiendish people weren't government officials who wanted to eliminate active social organizations. They were just passing by to get information because of the reputation of the Cold Flame Vatican. Chapter 418. He was not very sad about the alchemist's death. After all, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. How pretentious would one have to be to feel sad for someone who was blinded by greed and betrayed their friendship? He just wanted to get through the difficult situation in front of him. Malcolm Merlin? Was there such a person on his side? Thea took out her phone to help him deepen his impression. She wanted to show him the photo, but she quickly realized that this guy was blind. Fortunately, she had plenty of means. She used telepathy to send old Ma's image into his mind and peeked at his true thoughts. If he had any grudges, she would kill him. If not, she would spare his life. After reading all of Great Wizard Sargon's memories, Thea understood the whole process of their battle. If she had not brought people out, the two of them would have been finished. From another point of view, she had saved the blind old man's life. We don't know much about this person. I only know that he had a conflict with Felix Faust in Northern Europe. I don't know what happened after that. Mr. E took out a thick piece of parchment from his bag. His old fingers groped on it. Thea thought it was Braille. After a while, the old man said with certainty. The old man rejoiced in his heart. He checked it repeatedly and finally confirmed that this person's matter had nothing to do with them. You people came to my house and looted for half a day. Now that the truth is out, can you retreat? You should know that cultists also had dignity. Thea scratched her head. The battle had calmed down. None of the people who asked for directions died. Only 6 or 7 were injured. One of the kinetic skeletons was seriously overheated and had an emergency shutdown. Basically, it was the economic loss of firearms and ammunition, which could be recovered with just a few $1,000,000. 2 of the 4 court pillars had fallen. One had been scared to death, and the other had been hacked to death. The only remaining leader had been captured. The square was filled with corpses in red robes. Excluding those who had killed each other and those who had died from using evil rituals to summon monsters, a conservative estimate was that they had killed at least 300 people. There were only a few dozen believers who were relatively new to this world. They were all hiding behind large trees and rocks, trembling in fear. The Cold Flame Church, which originally had 4 great mages carrying the flag and had shaken the magic world, had been beaten down by her. From a lively international organization, it had become a lively regional organization. Its scale had shrunk to the same level as Daddy Midnight's bar. How could the word miserable describe it? Eliminate the source of trouble? This thought floated in Thea's mind. Mr. E was extremely sensitive and realized that the most critical moment had arrived. I swear a true spirit oath. From now on, we will live in peace and will not pursue today's matter. On the contrary, if you help us quell the rebellion, Cold Flame will give you a great gift. After saying that, he chopped off one of his fingers and chanted an incantation. Soon, 15 golden symbols were pressed on his chest. The blind old man groaned. It could be seen that this was a great burden for him. After all, he was an old man who had been through the baptism of time. He was really decisive. The oath was connected to his heart. If he went against it, his heart would explode into pieces. Okay, I believe you. As for the great gift, it's completely unnecessary. Thea decided to let them go. After all, the Cold Flame Church had been operating for more than 30 years. They had believers all over the world. It was just a matter of numbers. Even if she killed all of them today, it wouldn't change anything. She could definitely eliminate the problem, but it would be troublesome to eliminate the root. It was impossible for her to chase after those Cold Flame believers all over the world. She didn't have that time. Moreover, there were many people in this world who were crazy and liked to study evil cults. What should exist would still exist. If she extinguished the Cold Flame today, the Hot Flame and Cold Flame would jump out tomorrow. These people couldn't be killed. If she didn't want their great gift, it would be Thea pretending to be generous. What kind of great gift could this bunch of poor people have? Thea, who knew old man Sargon's memories, knew that they barely had enough money. Previously, they could still rely on the old Indian man and the alchemist to do some small things in exchange for some money. Now that the two of them were dead, could they expect Mr. E to open a blind massage shop to earn money? If his subordinates were normal, Thea could accept them all. But if they were evil cults with water in their heads? Joining her subordinates would be troublesome enough. She would just let them recuperate behind closed doors. Mr. E breathed a sigh of relief. Although Thea said that she didn't want great gift, he still ordered his subordinates to take out a big bag as a gift to send these evil gods away. We came recklessly and caused you trouble. We can't accept these gifts. It's no trouble, no trouble. You've helped me a lot. These small gifts are just a token of my appreciation. Please accept them. Thea insisted. The blind old man insisted on giving. If one ignored the corpses lying on the ground, this scene was quite harmonious. All right, then I'll accept it. If there's anything in the Vatican in the future, you can contact us through Midnight Old Man. Thea felt that his bag was bulging with many things. She really couldn't reject the other party's enthusiasm. After hesitating for a moment, she accepted it and made a promise. Both sides could be considered to have turned enemies into friends. Where's Croydon's compass? Constantine, who had been silent all this while and watching them shake hands, suddenly interjected. Old Man E's expression was a little ugly. Thea, on the other hand, looked calm. Even without Constantine's reminder, she could guess the blind old man's plan. Their strength had been greatly reduced. Previously, they had been collecting magic items all over the world and offended a lot of people. Now, using this opportunity to throw a hot potato to her in public was his idea. Thea didn't care. These contemporary mages weren't a threat to her. Moreover, her identity wasn't exposed at all. Those who were interested could only find Death Bell, Poison Vine Lady, and Midnight Old Man. These three weren't good men and could deal with any trouble. Pull that woman over here for me to check. Thea pointed at the woman with a nose ring who was wrapped in vines and ordered the Poison Vine Lady. Magic power, rich magic power. Old man, give me all your magic power. The woman with a nose ring was still yelling. Thea used her mental power to enter the woman's brain and checked. This woman's brain was damaged due to the short period of joy and sorrow. Her thoughts were in a mess. This person was no longer a threat because she had completely gone mad. She checked Sargon's memories. In fact, the Indian old man treated this daughter well. It was just that the patriarchal ideology in India caused their father-daughter relationship to break down again and again. In the end, it led to today's tragedy of patricide. For the sake of the old man, please spare his crazy daughter. Where's that Felix Faust? I'll go ask him. Thea waved her hand to let the Poison Vine Lady pull the woman away. She casually threw the gift bag into the space ring and asked Mr. E politely. Midnight Old Man and Mr. E shuddered at the same time. You're going to ask again? The blind old man had the mentality that if he was having a hard time, they wouldn't be having a good time either. He drew a map and looked up information, telling the young lady everything he knew in detail. Chapter 419. After explaining the location in detail, Mr. E sent them, including Constantine and Zatanna, out of the castle as if they were the plague. It was as if he did not see the shattered statues and the blasted door. Zatanna also did not realize that the pile of shattered objects on the ground used to be her father's statue. It was only when their figures disappeared into the night that the blind old man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little excited. The foundation that the four of them had established was now all his. Not mentioning the blind old man who had turned a joint venture into a sole proprietorship, Thea counted her gains and split them on the way back. Take this. Thea threw a katana that glowed with green light to Death Knell. The blade was enchanted with an acid spell. When it hit the enemy, it would deal physical damage and enhance acid damage. There were many who were immune to fire and ice, but there were not many who were immune to acid. He gave Poison Vine Lady a pair of wrist guards that allowed her to move quickly through the forest. This item might be of little value to others, but it was very suitable for Poison Vine Lady. She could easily create a large number of plants, which could also be considered a forest. This wrist guard could greatly make up for her lack of mobility. Whether it was attacking or escaping, it was a powerful weapon. This is for you. It should be able to nourish your little skeleton. Thea picked and picked. There were not many things related to voodoo. Finally, she found a stone slab that was the size of a tablet computer. There were some strange drawings on it like children's doodles. It contained a small space that was filled with the aura of death. It was just right for Father Midnight. His little skeleton from the prehistoric civilization was too damaged. With this stone slab, it could more or less recover some of its power. After splitting the loot, she watched them return to the camp. It was better for more than 300 people to take a transport plane with a lot of equipment. It was too tiring to open a portal. Thea took out the 2 iron golems and gave them to Death Knell to bring back to the metropolis. She would study them when she had time. She planned to go to Northern Europe alone to find Felix Faust. He had a stargazing platform that was usually hidden in another plane. This time, there was only one enemy. It was useless to have more people. The mercenaries lined up and left. None of them said anything. They did not ask who the man in black was or why he stayed where he was. Everyone left quickly, leaving only Thea, Constantine, and Zatanna. Nephews, is there anything else? Thea looked at them curiously. Virtuous, your sister. Constantine had lost count of the number of cigarettes he had smoked. He spat out a few puffs of smoke in displeasure. The compass is divided into 3 parts. The cold flame Vatican only got 2 parts, and the remaining part is with my friend. I hope you can give me those 2 parts. This thing is very dangerous, and it will cause a lot of trouble if it falls into the hands of ordinary people. Thea didn't care much about the compass at first, but now that Constantine was talking about it so seriously, the importance she attached to it increased by 2 levels. You can't refuse my gift, but if I don't want to, no one can take anything away from me. John Constantine, you're no match for me. Thea's tone was as cold as the wind. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Aren't I talking to you nicely? Little Jia, you say something too. Do it. Jia Kong smiled mischievously as if he was surrendering. He raised his hands high, and when he felt that Thea was attracted by his antics, he moved his hands continuously in a red pattern. A rose-red magic circle appeared under Thea's feet. Old senior, give it to me. Although you hit it well, but my nose tells me that you're a woman. This magic circle only works on women. Jia Kong raised the collar of his windbreaker, trying to use words to sway her mind and find a loophole. Thea was unmoved. What a joke. This was a spell recorded in the Constantine family's magic books. It was too easy to break this kind of spell, but what was the point of breaking it? With Master Sargon's knowledge and the theory of magic circles, Thea found another way. This was something that no one had used before. She lifted her hands in the air, and following the direction of the magic flow of the magic circle, she pulled the magic circle out of the ground. As if she was showing off a product, she turned the magic circle 360 degrees twice. Little John, you drew it well in a hurry. However, there is too much magic accumulation at this node, and it can be easily destroyed. The lines at this node are too complicated. Actually, you can simplify it. She was like a teacher teaching her students. She commented on his magic circle inside out, and then threw it aside like trash. After a faint smoke, nothing was left. In order to deepen your memory, I'll leave you with homework today. Thea said as she took out the God of Death's staff. Under the horrified gazes of the two, the staff emitted a silent black light, directly hitting the 2 of them. The black light rolled and rolled the 2 of them into the interlayer space between the material world and the dark plane. This was the modified maze spell of the hunter goddess. Previously, Ares was trapped for more than 10 minutes. To deal with them, there was no need for such a high-level maze. A dark shadow maze was enough for them to play with for a few days. These 2 were too bold. They ignored the beaten-up cold flame Vatican and dared to bare their fangs at me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will suffer a great loss in the future. Thea clapped her hands gently, identified the location, opened a portal to Norway, and left the scene. How was she going to find them in Norway? Fortunately, Constantine gave Thea a good idea, which was to use Croydon's compass. After rummaging through Mr. E's gift for a long time, she finally found the needle and dial. Strictly speaking, this thing should be a compass. The missing part was a lens, which was in the hands of Zach Kang's friend. Although this thing was incomplete, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to use it, it would not be a problem for a magician to use it. Between looking for Malcolm and that unlucky guy named Felix Faust, Thea first chose to look for old Matt. She injected magic into the needle, and the needle floated in the air and spun rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it sent a vague signal to Thea. Found it. This thing is good. I should get it together later. Thea was quite happy. This was much faster than using the Eye of Horus to search all over the mountains. She cast an invisibility spell on herself and constantly adjusted her position. She set off from the city and flew towards the suburbs. The closer she was, the stronger the signal sent by the needle. After the third search, Thea came to the foot of a mountain. There was a large amount of metal in the mountain, which seriously blocked her vision. However, Thea still found Malcolm standing at the entrance of a cave. She secretly let out a sigh of relief. How many innocent lives had been sacrificed in order to find him? Cold Flame Church, we were wronged. Thea. Malcolm's face was originally very serious. When he saw her take off her cloak and walk out from the darkness, joy from the bottom of his heart instantly climbed up his face. Chapter 420. How did you find this place? Old Ma asked excitedly after the father and daughter hugged. Of course, Thea couldn't tell him that she had brought more than 300 people from the United States to Switzerland, and then from Switzerland to Norway. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The amount of ammunition consumed had increased the price of arms on the international black market by 5%. She didn't tell him her story and only took out the needle to show that she had found him with it. But why did you come to such a remote place? I heard that you were looking for this needle, right? Could there be a divine artifact here? Thea looked at the shabby cave. The mountain was made of stone, and no matter how she looked at it, it looked like a sword was stuck in the cracks of the stone. It's a long story, but someone was injured while trying to save me. Can you help me take a look? Old Ma said and pulled Thea into the cave. The cave was not deep, and the smell was unpleasant. It was most likely the lair of some beast that Malcolm had taken over. The father and daughter turned a corner, and what they saw was a very narrow inner room. The walls were made of strange rocks, and on the left side of the room, there was a pile of weeds. A middle-aged man covered in blood was sitting against the wall. He was very weak, but he was still trying to keep one of his eyes open. The moment he saw Thea, his pupils shrank sharply, and his sore arms suddenly regained strength. He pointed at her and asked uncertainly, "You have the blood of Merlin in you?" Thea also felt the familiar aura around him, and looked at Malcolm with a puzzled look. Old Ma was a little unhappy. "Jason Brad, this is my daughter. I've told you twice, I also have the blood of Merlin. Can't you tell?" The middle-aged man on the ground opened his eyes forcefully and compared the father and daughter with all his might. He shook his head very honestly and said, "I'm sorry, friend. I can see your daughter's bloodline at a glance, but I really can't see yours." Malcolm almost fainted from anger. Was his bloodline really that bad? He sat on the ground gloomily and didn't say anything. Thea felt a little sad. This old man had not been injected with divine blood and was still an ordinary person. His sideburns were even a little white because he had been running around for the past few years. The desire for power wasn't a bad thing, as long as one could control it. Thea had always been unwavering in her efforts to strengthen her loved ones. It was not convenient for Old Ma to ask this question in front of outsiders, and he did not intend to introduce the middle-aged man. Thea was no longer the weak girl 5 years ago. She had her own way to find the answer. He glanced at the other party. The other party's injuries were very serious. What was strange was that there was another surge of explosive life force in his body. If he could mobilize a trace of energy, it would be enough to heal his injuries. Who was this guy? The young mistress thought to herself. She didn't expect that her peeping would cause such a drastic change in the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man's face was full of pain. "Descendant of Merlin, back off. I can't control it anymore." Thea saw that there was a problem with his body and calmly drew a few mysterious spells in the air. She patted her palms lightly and hit the middle-aged man's limbs and heart. The trembling middle-aged man suddenly calmed down and lay on the ground, panting heavily. After a short exchange of blows, he finally recalled the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. You're King Arthur's knight, Jason Brad. The demon in your body must be the one sealed by Merlin that day, Etragan? Malcolm, who was sitting on the ground gloomily, was now full of British myths. When he heard this, he immediately perked up. You're King Arthur's Knight of the Round Table? Is that your alias now? Thea looked at her father and felt a little guilty. She didn't know if it was right for her to trick him out of Star City. This man was about to go crazy. She explained on behalf of the middle-aged man, it's not an alias. Jason Brad is his real name. However, he's only King Arthur's knight, not some knight of the Round Table. Because of the demon in his body, he has lived for 1,500 years. Malcolm was visibly disappointed. There was a hint of contempt in his voice. So he's just an ordinary knight. An ordinary knight can live for so long. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be gloomy. So what if I'm an ordinary knight? An ordinary knight is still a human. Should I be despised just because I'm not a knight of the Round Table? The middle-aged man was already seriously injured. Now that the demon in his body had tormented him, he could no longer control his groggy mind. His eyes closed, his neck tilted, and he fainted. Is there any way to save him? He saved my life back then. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Malcolm didn't know Thea's strength. In his impression, Thea's strength was still at the level she was many years ago. He didn't want his daughter to sacrifice too much for his request. Thea carefully looked at the middle-aged man's injuries. There was a bloody hole on his stomach and shoulder. Judging from the injuries, it was obvious that they weren't caused by bullets or other weapons. Her father's request couldn't be ignored. Plus, this guy was somewhat related to Merlin. Even if the treatment was troublesome, she had to bite the bullet. The healing pod was isolated from the world in this small cave. There was no power source. It was simply unrealistic. It would be even more difficult to get a power source. Thea thought about it and decided to use magic. If it was a normal person, 2 healing spells would be enough. However, there was a powerful demon sealed in this guy's body. The healing spells were basically of the light and water attributes. This demon was unsurprisingly of the dark and fire attributes. The 2 types of energy were completely opposite. Thea had to suppress this demon in order to treat the man. She tore off her cloak, revealing her original clothes. She surged all the magic in her body. The entire cave resonated with her. When her magic reached its peak, her hands flashed with a huge halo of energy. She pressed them on the middle-aged man's wounds. Initially, Sia was still trying to communicate with this demon. She did not expect that as soon as she injected her magic power, she could feel the extremely unique bloodline. The other party instantly went berserk, no longer caring about the host's body, and began to frantically counterattack. I don't believe I can't take care of you. I can't beat a 3-palace demon, but I can still deal with a demon like you who was transformed from a human. In order to suppress this demon, Thea put on the light ring that she hadn't used for a long time. Her fear energy was released 100-fold. Thea, who was more skilled at using her emotions, avoided Malcolm. Yellow energy filled the small cave. Magic and emotion fused once again, forcefully suppressing the demon Etragan's counterattack. The unparalleled fear allowed the demon to regain some clarity in its mind, and it appropriately retracted a portion of its power to facilitate Sia's healing. However, Thea didn't trust this demon. What if he lost his mind and tried to do something while she was treating the man? She didn't care about anything else. She relied on the huge amount of energy to seal Alteran so that he wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Only then did she start treating the middle-aged man. Chapter 421. The real treatment was much smoother. She removed the residual magic from the wound, stimulated the growth of the cells, and accelerated the healing of the wound. As for the missing blood, Thea could not do anything about it. This guy had lived for more than 1,500 years, who knew what type of blood he had now? Thea was sweating profusely. The treatment took 1 minute, and the suppression of the demon took 9 minutes. What's going on? You don't seem to be injured. Why is this guy on the ground? Thea looked back at old Ma. Although his clothes were a little messy, his beard and tail were intact. There was no sign of injury at all. Combined with old Ma's words about how Etrigan had saved his life, Thea was very surprised that they could be together. Malcolm began to tell his own story. It was a very cliché story. The knight on the ground, who had lived for 1,500 years and was still very Chinibu, was someone that old Ma had met in England. He usually pretended to be a knowledgeable scholar. The two of them traveled together and chatted very congenially. They had already become friends. The knight did not lie. He did not feel any blood in old Ma's body. He only thought that Merlin's surname was a coincidence. They were originally looking for the needle, but they did not expect to be ambushed by Felix Faust, who had no enmity with them. As they fled, old Ma, who sensed that something was wrong, used a trick he had learned from Nandabart, which was to play dead. He pretended to roll down the cliff and used a special breathing method and special medicine to completely suppress his heartbeat. Logically speaking, this should have fooled the enemy, but to his surprise, the knight thought that his good friend had been beaten to death. Without any scruples, he released the restrictions of the devil in his body and crazily fought Felix Faust. Both he and the evil mage were heavily injured. When the cunning Malcolm returned from the foot of the mountain, he found that the evil mage had escaped and the Chinibu knight on the ground was injured and dying. With all communication tools lost, he could only drag the knight to a nearby cave for treatment. This place was in the middle of nowhere, and the intelligent old Ma did not dare to go too far. He was temporarily delayed here. Thea thought that this was the difference between a hero and a villain. Old Ma was very skilled at playing dead. Not to mention the enemy, he even fooled his own people. However, this hero ended up seriously injured. The needle has been found. Shall I send you back to Star City? The guy on the ground has lost too much blood and needs to rest. No, I want to continue investigating. This Felix Faust is also my target. Old Ma directly rejected the suggestion of returning to Star City. Yes, I also received news that Faust has found the temple of the Dark Grand Magician, Morgan Le Fay. He is very important. The knight lying on the ground had already regained consciousness, speaking intermittently. Heh. Thea looked at the knight and explained to Malcolm, although this guy is just an ordinary knight, the demon in his body is a grand knight. Because he fell in love with King Arthur's sister, the dark wizard Morgan Le Fay, he betrayed his companions and was turned into a demon by Merlin. Only by killing Morgan Le Fay can he regain his human form. Then how did the two of them get into the same body? I only remember that it was because Jason Brad was seriously injured, and Merlin sealed the demonized Etrigan into the human body. Anyway, it's a complicated story. Thea sighed and clicked her tongue. Descendant of Merlin, your knowledge is truly extensive. You're right, I have to kill Morgan Le Fay in order to be redeemed. Etrigan's, and mine. The remnants of magic in his wounds had been removed, and his body was recovering very quickly. At this moment, he could already sit up shakily. Hearing him talk about the descendant of Merlin, Malcolm became unhappy again. His daughter's bloodline was so thick that it made him, the biological father, seem like a fake. Wasn't this skipping a generation too much? For a moment, the three of them lost interest in talking. They each focused on their own questions. How about this? I'll go catch that guy, and you guys can ask him. Thea thought about the original plot. Felix Faust had indeed found a temple in the Peruvian jungle. The temple preserved Morgan Le Fay's corpse, as well as the map that Morgan and Merlin had calculated to find the so-called Book of Magic before Morgan's death. This Book of Magic was very funny. It had tormented a group of magicians to their heart's content. Constantine and his arrogant gay friend Nick Nacro had performed a wonderful betrayal and counter-betrayal. After the dust had settled, they found out that this so-called Book of Magic was actually a technological tool that led to a world called Epoch. That world rejected all supernatural powers. Constantine could no longer lie. The dead had come back to life, and the eternally youthful Madame Xanadu had almost died of old age. In short, this plot was full of malice. Originally, Thea did not intend to participate in this matter. The map was a joke. However, she suddenly remembered that Morgan Le Fay's corpse was still there. This was a great wizard who had fought with Merlin all his life. Thea did not think that a person of this level would die. Perhaps her corpse hid some other secrets. Thea would go looking for him even if it was peaceful. Moreover, Faust had bullied his own father. This was not giving him face. Fortunately, this bastard was hiding in an alternate dimension. Otherwise, Thea would have thrown a fuel air bomb at him. It would take some effort to find this guy's alternate dimension. A few members of the Cold Flame Vatican had also planned to ambush him twice, but they had all ended because he had hidden in an alternate dimension. Considering the other party's sneak attack and the fact that Old Horse had brought his heavily injured knight, this cave should not be far from Faust's alternate dimension. Thea closed her eyes and used her mind power to feel the world's veins, looking for the other party's hiding place. Descendant of Merlin. The other party is a very powerful wizard, shut up. Thea glanced at him indifferently. This guy was also someone who liked to pretend to be a senior. He had wasted 1,500 years of his life. Apart from the demon in his body, he was just a weakling. Yet, he was so serious every day that anyone who saw him would want to say something to him. This guy would have been hacked to death long ago without the demon's help. In Thea's heart, he was on the same level as Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Thea always felt that she did not have enough time. 1 minute was like 2 minutes. These guys had been idling around for thousands of years. Letting them live was a waste of food. Found it. I'll be back soon. Using Sargon's method, she broke through the spatial barrier and directly teleported into the other party's alternate dimension. Is this really your daughter? She's the most powerful contemporary wizard I've ever seen. Jason Brad watched the dark blue teleportation door disappear and asked Malcolm with uncertainty. Old Horse was proud and depressed. The gap between him and his daughter was getting bigger and bigger. He did not dwell on this question. Contemporary wizard? How good can my daughter be in ancient times? It's hard to say. She's definitely not as good as your ancestor Merlin. This time, Jason Brad finally brought Old Horse along. However, she would be a very powerful wizard in King Arthur's era. At least the demon in my body can't beat her. Chapter 422. Thea didn't know what the two of them were talking about. She thought she would be teleported to a lair somewhere, but a strange wave of energy suddenly shifted her location, and the entire teleportation shifted by hundreds of meters. This was an extremely small space, surrounded by white fog. The white fog was like a layer of blurry glass. Looking out from the inside, one could see the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers of the material world. In the middle of the space, there were traces of someone using magic power. It could be imagined that this small space had taken a lot of time to open up. As far as the eye could see, there was only a dark gray mountain rock suspended in the air, and on top of it was a 2-story building. It was mentioned in Sargon's memory that this was first discovered by Miriam, a magician from the 12th century. This magician's actual level was not high, and his talent was not good, but his luck could be said to be heaven-defying. He discovered this small space that had been opened up by his predecessors in the crevice of space and time. When this magician had no hope of becoming a great magician, he followed the example of the ancients and built a magician's tower in an attempt to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, good luck would not protect him forever. After a high-intensity battle between magicians, he died like an ant in the aftermath of the attacks. This area was silent for hundreds of years until Felix Faust discovered this place and built less than 1/5 of the magician's tower. Magician's tower was already scarce in the 12th century, and it was even more impossible to build one in this era. Faust did not have heaven-defying powers. He could only modify the original foundation, and finally change the original ruins into the 2-story building in front of them. Thea really did not agree with this guy's aesthetics. Since it was called a stargazing platform, it would be better to make it more ethereal. This guy just had to put a layer of gold on the outside in order to show off its gorgeous characteristics. The 2-story building shone with golden light. Those who knew would say that this was a stargazing platform modified from a magician's tower, but those who did not know would think it was some kind of farmhouse. Rustic, outdated, and shabby, these were the young lady's comments on this place. However, its functions were not bad. It could transfer her teleportation coordinates, and it could be seen that this building had many defensive functions. The Cold Flame Vatican still needed to send someone to call the door, but there was no need for that here. They were here to cause trouble anyway. The young lady raised her hand and a ball of lightning appeared. Under the crackling electric light, the ball of lightning hit the gate of the stargazing platform. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The gold-plated door easily blocked Thea's attack, and a sharp voice rang out. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He wore an ancient robe embroidered with the pattern of stars and moon. He had a mustache and a golden headband on his head. He stepped on a flying stone with a six-pointed star on it and slowly flew out. He was dressed like a hermit, but his expression was somewhat perverse. "You are Felix Faust?" Thea flew to the same height as him and asked softly. The gloomy middle-aged man carefully sized up Thea. She was just a young woman, yet she was able to fly without chanting or using any tools. How could this be? One had to know that if he didn't have the stone under his feet that was integrated with the observatory, he couldn't fly. "Woman, are you from the Cold Flame Church?" Faust didn't have an undeserved reputation. He saw that Thea's method of breaking through the barrier was exactly the same as Sargon's, and he made a judgment in his heart. The Cold Flame Church had a fierce reputation. He was alone, but there were 4 of them. In this small space, with the help of the endless magic of the observatory, he wasn't afraid of them, but if he went out, he wouldn't be a match for them. Mages were very flexible. If he was entangled by one of them, he would be surrounded by 4 of them in the next second. He had no chance of winning. He wanted to expose her background and persuade Thea to retreat. The magic of the observatory was accumulated in the other space for more than 800 years. Every time it was used, it would be depleted. The church was a group of lunatics. Every time he fought one, there would be 10 of them. It wasn't worth it to waste precious magic on a battle. He felt that he had already given the church a lot of face by speaking softly and making the other party retreat. However, the young lady was here to pick a fight today. She didn't want to talk nonsense with him and took out the God of Death's staff. This golden staff was very much in line with Faust's aesthetic. He felt that this object was destined to be with him. Letting the enemy go or keeping the enemy here, these 2 options suddenly wavered in his heart. Leave the staff behind and I'll let you go. Greed still prevailed. Thea almost vomited. How could someone say such a retarded villain? This dog was too disgusting. Talking nonsense with him was a waste of time. Magic surged into the staff, and monstrous seawater drilled out from the void. Using such a large range attack in the material world would inevitably hurt innocent people, but there was no problem here. The huge water current carried unparalleled kinetic energy and fiercely attacked the observatory from above. So powerful. Faust was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know if this was the power of the staff or Thea's own magic. He didn't have time to think about it. He took out a thick book and turned to a certain page. A purple light flashed, and dark brown lines appeared on the surface of the observatory. Facing the sloping seawater, it was like a reef, firmly nailed in place. The original control hub of the Mage Tower? Thea glanced at the book and stopped reading. The Mage Tower could indeed provide a lot of help, but that golden age had passed. The scarcity of all kinds of materials could drive people crazy. The result of bowing to reality was to become a 2-story building. What was the point of existing like this? She would directly flatten it. If there was a Mage Tower spirit, it would also be grateful to her. Thea, who was in mid-air, waved her staff continuously. A huge phantom of a sea beast was summoned by her out of thin air. The sea beast had no facial features, and its body was almost transparent. It seemed to have 3 layers of fine sharp teeth where its mouth should be. Below its body were dozens of tentacles with suction cups. Its back was like a hermit crab, dragging a dark green hard shell. This was a biological sample that Fiora found on a distant planet according to her instructions. The real sea beast had died for countless years, but its genes were still preserved. According to the description of the scholars on that planet, this thing had the characteristic of unlimited growth. In their ancient times, it had devoured more than half of the life on the planet. After that, it was not killed by heroes, but starved to death. The civilization of the entire planet had regressed for thousands of years because of this. Thea used Kryptonian genetic technology to reactivate some parts of the cells and used artificial intelligence to simulate the growth environment. Halfway through the experiment, she directly stopped it and destroyed all the cells. This thing was too terrifying when it grew. Doomsday had a weakness of kryptonite. This thing had almost no shortcomings except for eating a lot and not being able to fly. The phantom that was summoned in front of him was the image of a 30-year-old sea beast. She used a huge amount of magic to simulate its true form. Although he didn't know the origin of the sea beast, Faust still felt a chill. Needless to say, this phantom monster had sharp teeth and looked like it had nothing to do with justice. This made Faust even more certain of Thea's origin. This woman must be from the Cold Flame Church. Chapter 423. It used Sargon's spell to break realms, held an ancient-style staff, and started fighting without saying a word. After that, there was a flood and an evil giant beast. With so many distinctive features, who else could it be other than the cultists of the Cold Flame Church? Faust cursed the ancestors of the 4 mages of the church in his heart. The monster summoned by the other party basically had no attack power, but it did not say a word and directly lay on the observatory to absorb the magic power. This scared the hell out of Mr. Faust. His mustache trembled, and he did not care about the loss of magic power. He gave a few orders, and the observatory began to consciously counterattack. 7 objects similar to the flying stone he was on flew out. The objects flipped 180 degrees, and the side of the hexagram was facing the sea monster. 7 pale white electric lights struck the sea monster. This was a defensive method that Faust had modified using the original structure of the Mage Tower and his own knowledge. The star-casting spell was derived from the meaning of throwing starlight. The 7 starlights fired continuously, and the sea monster's body was smashed into pieces. However, the characteristics of the sea monster determined that it would not die as long as it had energy. It absorbed the energy of the observatory to repair its body, and the star-casting spell from the outside world continued to work, so it continued to absorb. "I'll get rid of you first." Faust was very decisive. He knew that he could not deal with such a shameless monster with his current means, so he set his sights on Thea. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, raised his right hand, and aimed his palm at Thea. Bang! 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 5 purple missiles were fired consecutively. Faust did not want to waste his energy to deal with the sea monster, and Thea did not want to fight with him, who was backed by the observatory and full of magic power. As long as this building was destroyed, the other party's true strength in her eyes was not even comparable to Mr. E. With a nimble turn, she avoided the missiles and continued to open a hole in the void. The violent flood rushed down again. Faust was in a dilemma. He wanted to defend the tower, but he could not. He wanted to fight, but the enemy did not want to fight with him at all. Thea's flying skills were 100 times better than his. Once she wanted to hide, the sky was so big that it was impossible to stop her. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Faust didn't care about the divine artifact anymore. He didn't have the secret technique of observation, so he couldn't see through Thea's strength. However, she didn't show any signs of fatigue after such a long time, so he knew that she was a strong opponent. At this time, he already had the intention to compromise. "You don't know me?" Thea was here in her original appearance, so she was very unhappy. "How dare you say you don't know me when I am so famous?" There was nothing to say. He had to be taught a lesson. The seawater kept pouring into this small space. The space was airtight, and the seawater had nowhere to go. Half of the gate of the observatory was already submerged in the water. Thea was like the Jinshan temple being flooded by water. The wind and the waves were endless. As long as the magic power in this two-story building was not working well, the huge pressure would be able to tear it down. What do you want? I'll give you everything I have. Faust could feel that his beloved observatory was rapidly depleting, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the crazy actions of the Cold Flame Vatican. They didn't want to take such a good ancient building, but wanted to destroy it instead. Pa! Thea ignored him and continued her battle. She pulled out Merlin's sword and activated the ice storm that came with the sword. As soon as the spell was cast, Thea was shocked. The power of this spell was twice as strong as when she cast it herself. Fist-sized hailstones fell into the narrow space like raindrops, densely covering the entire area. Even Thea was affected, not to mention Faust, whose flying skills were not up to standard and was only relying on external objects to show off. The hazy long face was hit continuously, and he lost control of his balance and fell into the sea. It's so cold. Is this the level of an archmage? Thea finally had a direct understanding of the spells of Merlin's era. The ice storm raged for a full 5 minutes. The space itself was full of seawater, and with the wind summoned by the ice storm, the temperature dropped by 50 degrees Celsius. The observatory was finally finished in the 3rd minute of the ice storm's rampage. First, the windows, then the door, and finally the entire brick structure and foundation. The powerful seawater completely destroyed the former magic tower, and all the magic materials were destroyed. Only some bricks and tiles were left. Thea looked at her masterpiece and did not find any spoils of war. She controlled the sea beast to pull Faust out of the sea. The north wind blew and the snow fell. Even she, who had been transformed by divine power several times, felt cold, let alone Faust, who was only wearing a robe and soaking in the sea for 5 minutes. The long-faced middle-aged man was no longer as arrogant as he was when they first met. He did not complain when the sea beast violently dragged him out. He had completely fainted from the cold, and his face was pale. Only his heart was still warm, and there were some frostbites on his hands and feet. Thea took one last look at the small space. It was completely destroyed. She reached out and took the middle-aged man. She cancelled the summoning of the sea beast and opened a portal to return to Malcolm's small cave. Is this the guy who attacked you? Thea threw the almost frozen Faust in front of them, and asked for credit. Old Ma and Mr. Knight were chatting around the fire. Both of them had seen her come and go without a trace, so they were not surprised. They looked at the middle-aged man at the same time. I think so. Mr. Knight was not sure. Faust was too flashy in the past, and now he looked like a dead dog. He was not very sure. It's this guy. Malcolm's training in the Assassin League was perfect. As long as the people he met were not turned into ashes, he would recognize them. Sia reached out and touched Faust's forehead. The weak magic power woke him up. Then, she sealed his magic power with 2 seals. She then signaled to Old Ma, "You can take revenge and interrogate me now." In fact, it was more convenient to read his mind directly with her spiritual power. However, in order to let Old Ma vent his anger, Thea still brought him back conscious. Malcolm was an expert in extorting confessions through torture. Mr. Faust was not a strong-willed man either. After a few lashes of the whip, he began to answer the questions. The sneak attack on Old Ma was indeed his own idea. At that time, he was meditating at the observatory, and the observatory had sent him an extremely dangerous signal that was similar to a disaster. He did not know what it meant. With the help of the huge magic power of the observatory, he completed a divination. The result of the divination was very vague, but it clearly showed that it was Malcolm and Old Ma. He took the initiative to strike first and fought with the demon in Jason Brad's body. Both sides suffered great losses. He was quite happy on the way back. He felt that the calamity corresponded to the two of them. He did not expect that just as he recovered from his injuries with the help of the observatory, the real calamity came. Faust looked at Thea, who was sitting by the fire, and his eyes were full of regret. Chapter 424. However, there was no point in regretting it. Facing Malcolm's questions, he answered truthfully. In the end, he even told him about the Morgan Le Fay temple in Peru. How do we deal with this guy? Malcolm asked Thea after knocking Faust out with a punch. He remembered that his daughter was a hero. Up to you. Thea turned her head to the other side and said indifferently. Faust was not a good person. In the future, he would cause a huge disaster to the entire world in eternal evil. It was not a bad thing to deal with him in advance. With a crack, Malcolm grabbed Faust's forehead and chin. With a twist of his hands, he ended his sinful life. Let's go back first and discuss the next step of the plan. Thea said to the two of them. At the same time, she secretly gave Malcolm a look. Malcolm did not know what she was up to. He also needed to recover some of his strength. He nodded in agreement. The three of them passed through the portal. From the desolate cave, they came to a room with a strong technological aura. This is my laboratory in the metropolis. You guys can take a rest first. Thea poured a glass of water for each of them. Jason Brad saw that the father and daughter had something to talk about in private. He tactfully walked out first. In fact, it was not bad to bring them to Star City for a reunion. However, Thea did not want Old Ma and Oliver to have a conflict. Old Robert's life was involved in this. This kind of hatred for killing one's father was difficult to resolve. Malcolm was not only Tommy and Thea's father, but he was also Oliver's father's enemy. In the face of a close friend and sister, Oliver was in a difficult position. The best way was to distance them from each other and not see each other for the rest of their lives. That would be the best. The father and daughter understood what happened after they parted. Thea specifically mentioned that Tommy had been injected with God's blood. She told Old Ma not to hesitate anymore. She then took out a tube of gene optimization fluid from the laboratory and gave it to him. At this point, all of her relatives had been strengthened. As for the matter of popularizing the gene optimization fluid, Thea only thought about it and gave up on it. The benefits involved were too great. It was impossible to give the injection for free. The high price would cause serious conflicts in society. The rich with money and power would become stronger, and the poor would be even more powerless to resist. Ignoring the others, once the gene optimization fluid was released onto the market, Batman would definitely explode. Every villain would have a copy of the gene optimization fluid, such as a clown that had been injected with the strengthening fluid, a strengthened penguin scarecrow, etc. The danger level of Gotham would increase exponentially. That scene would be too terrifying and too beautiful. Maintaining the status quo was the right thing to do. It's like this. Thea organized her words. I've thought of a way to forcefully activate your bloodline. What should we do? You don't need to do too much. Just inject the God's blood and gene-strengthening fluid separately and adjust your body to its best condition. We'll start in 3 days. 3 days later, Malcolm, who had received a series of enhancements, stood there in high spirits as he watched Thea busy herself. He had experienced it deeply. After injecting the God's blood and the gene optimization fluid, his body was rejuvenated. His originally declining physical strength seemed to have returned to 20 years ago. The feeling of his strength, speed, and stamina returning to their peak was intoxicating. Jason Brad had fully recovered from his injuries in the past 3 days. He stood beside Malcolm and looked at Thea, who had been drawing circles on the ground for 3 days. Your daughter is really good to you. But can this really awaken any bloodline? The knight was a little doubtful. In his impression, even Merlin could not do this. If it could be done, it could. If it couldn't, it couldn't. If it could be awakened so easily, the world would be filled with wizards. Malcolm glanced at him and did not say anything. Thea had been working on it for 3 days without rest. He would definitely not back down now. In fact, the knight was not wrong. Merlin was indeed unable to do this. His era was too long ago, and the power of the spells of today's wizards could not be compared to that of his era. However, after 1,000 years, the refinement and ingenuity of spells were different from that of ancient times. A new path had been paved. In addition, Merlin's standards were too high. He only had eyes for the higher levels. He did not have the time to worry about a wizard apprentice's initiation ceremony. This created an objective reality that Thea could do what Merlin could not. The magic circle in front of him was a combination of modern magic and ancient magic. The most crucial point was that it made use of Zatanna and her daughter's irony magic to make the impossible possible, forcefully drawing out Malcolm's originally sparse and almost invisible bloodline. After that, it would be possible to use a large amount of magic to cleanse and reorganize it. What Sia had drawn was a huge ironic magic circle. She had also borrowed a lot of Sargon's knowledge. This magic circle could be said to be the culmination of all the skills of the current generation. She threw 3 gemstones to Malcolm. There were 3 greater healing spells stored in them. They were created using gemstone magic. When Malcolm walked into the magic circle, Thea began to recite the spell. She had to recite the entire spell in reverse. This task was very mentally taxing. Even with her high intelligence, she had to stumble and her face was pale. Fortunately, with the help of the magic circle and a few precious tools provided by the Cold Flame Vatican, the first step was daunting but not dangerous. There was already a faint shadow of magic in Malcolm's body. Steady. The next step is the key. Thea shouted loudly. She stretched out her hand and took out the God of Death's staff. Previously, when she summoned the sea monster to destroy Faust's observatory, the sea monster returned a portion of its magic to the staff before it turned into nothingness. Thea wanted to absorb the non-elemental magic herself, but she gave up after thinking for a long time. The magic was absorbed by the observatory from the other dimension for hundreds of years. It was scattered and not very pure. If converted to Thea's magic, it was only 2 or 3 years' worth of magic. It was just icing on the cake. If she used it to strengthen Malcolm's body, it would be a different story. It was a timely help. Thea raised the staff and directed the magic to follow the path of the magic circle, all the way to the center point, which was Malcolm's body. The non-elemental mana activated the crimson magic circle and surged into Malcolm's body. His weak mana was nourished and grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. That's it? Mr. Knight asked curiously. He didn't mind making things worse. Far from it. Sia was not as optimistic as Malcolm. Purification was the first step to extraction. Malcolm's current mana was only enough to fulfill the conditions for extraction. He was still far from success. Seeing that Malcolm's body was shaking a little, Sia knew that his magic power had reached its limit. She stopped the non-elemental magic power output, and a small magic circle appeared in the magic circle. It was the same as what Damien had done. This was the real bloodline purification magic circle. Chapter 425. If Thea's own mana reaction was a 10, then she would have a 10% chance of awakening her sorcerer's bloodline without the help of any magic circles. Damien's mana reaction was a 3, and Malcolm's mana reaction was probably not even half a point. However, with the help of modern magic, he had finally reached this step. The process was extremely painful. The purification circle was constantly consuming his mana, and every second felt like hell. However, Malcolm was already so old. He understood that the gains were proportional to the gains. His willpower was even stronger than Damien's. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Thea also kept her eyes on him. Every time Malcolm's mana was about to be depleted, she would manually inject a part of it into the circle, and then the circle would purify it again. Thea would replenish it again. Twice during the process, he could not hold on any longer and used the magic gem Thea gave him to heal his body. However, the consumption of mana was unavoidable. He could only endure every second. After the 4th replenishment, Malcolm finally gathered a drop of his own mana. Thea hurriedly stopped the circle. She was also exhausted. That's it? There seems to be some reaction, but the effect is mediocre. The knight who had been watching the show said with a hint of regret. Thea could not be bothered with him. No wonder this person was only an ordinary knight. He really did not know how to talk. Besides, this was not a movie. What kind of effect was he looking for? Should a sorcerer's bloodline awakening have an earth-shattering effect? What a joke. She looked at the mana in the staff. There was very little left. She might as well inject it all into Malcolm's body. When she returned, she would give him a few spellbooks. He should be able to cast a few spells. Malcolm was an adult who had undergone cruel training. In other words, he was a high-level character, unlike Damien, who was purely a low-level character. Sia also gave him some magic power. He rested on the spot for a while. Although he was trembling all over, his spirit was exceptionally good. His eyes were shining. He took a deep breath and walked out of the magic circle with more and more steady steps. Thea reached out her hand to give him a high five. Her childish gesture made Malcolm feel awkward. Not wanting to spoil the fun, he gave her a high five. Mr. Knight, who had a strange personality and did not know how to speak, stared at Malcolm for a while. "You're starting to get it, but you still have a long way to go." The father and daughter had already gotten used to his speaking style. This person was just like that. He was serious, old-fashioned, and inflexible. However, it was good that his actions were consistent with his words. At least he would not stab someone in the back. "What new abilities do you have?" Thea asked curiously. She had a unicorn tattoo, while Damien had a dark elemental damage amplification. According to the records, magic awakeners would have an ability that corresponded to their personality, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Malcolm didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he leaped into the air, turned nimbly, and disappeared without a trace. A gentle breeze blew by, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. Invisibility? Haste? Or was it spatial magic? A few well-known spells flashed through Thea's mind, but none of them looked like it. She quietly waited for Malcolm to explain. "The information that the bloodline transmitted to me is, wind walk. I can transform into the wind. Currently, I can only borrow the power of the wind. In the future, I can control the wind and even turn it into a hurricane." Thea nodded. This ability was very much in line with Old Ma's personality. He could fight and hide, and most importantly, he could run away easily. The Merlin family's awakeners had the wind attribute for generations. This talent conformed to the norm and had potential for development. With Old Ma's research spirit, he might be able to develop a new ability. Talent was only a small aspect. Learning more knowledge and accumulating magic power was the right way to go. Thea was about to persuade Comrade Old Ma to study hard and improve himself every day, but who knew that he would speak again hesitantly. "I seem to have another ability, huh?" Thea was stunned. Although her unicorn tattoo had 2 transformations, it was only one ability. What did Old Ma mean by another ability? "It's a very mysterious ability. I can't explain it clearly, but I'll show it to you." He did not waste the past 3 days. He contacted his subordinates and vaguely knew that the Cold Flame Church was almost completely destroyed by a group of people. He had realized that his daughter was no longer the little girl who had learned martial arts from him. She was now a powerful mage. If there was something he did not understand, he could not go wrong asking her. He reached out and drew strange lines in the void. 7 illusory stone slabs with hexagrams were summoned. Malcolm frowned, as if he was trying to decide what to do next. Thea hurriedly stopped him. With her rich theoretical knowledge, she understood that this was the ability of the Faust Observatory. Back then, the sea beast had absorbed about 30% of the Faust Observatory's magic power, and then returned about 15% to the God of Death's staff. This part of the magic power had been consumed and purified by the magic array. Now that it had been reflected in Malcolm's body, it should be less than 10% of the original amount. Through the purification process of Old Ma's blood, the magic power had merged with him, giving Old Ma a trace of the ability of divination. Thea had dabbled in various schools of magic, secret arts, rituals, and curses. However, she had almost never studied divination because there was no need for it. With the memory of a transmigrator, she knew most of the world's secrets and development process. Divination was a waste of energy and life force, so it was meaningless to her. "Don't use this ability again. If I'm not mistaken, this is the ability of an astrologer. It is a skill that uses a very different method of observation from modern astronomy to predict the future. It is too much of a burden on you. Promise me, don't use it so easily. Thea looked at old Ma seriously. This is the word of wisdom. Listen to her. Don't try to use a power that you can't control. A female voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between father and daughter. She was wearing a purple dress that reached the ground and cloth shoes. She was very simple from head to toe, except for a hairband on her head. You are? The knight asked uncertainly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Thea threw out the answer directly. She bowed slightly. Madam of the High Capital, long time no see. The etiquette of the High Capital was perfect. Descendant of Merlin, I said we would meet again. Madam, your body seems to be. Thea only took a few casual glances and found the problem. The strength of the High Capital's madam had decreased by a lot compared to 100 years ago. What was more strange was that she was being eroded by some kind of great power every minute and every second, and her strength was being depleted bit by bit. The demigod who had trapped Thea and Diana with ease back then did not seem to be much stronger than the few from the cold flame Vatican. What happened to her in the past 100 years? How could her body be damaged to such an extent? Chapter 426. Shangdo smiled and did not answer directly, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. My affairs are not worth mentioning. But you, I see a lot of your active figure in the future. Thea clicked her tongue. She was no longer the little girl who lacked knowledge of magic. In fact, it was not difficult to figure out the current situation of the Lady of Shangdo. She was frequently divining the future. She had been doing the same for the past 1,000 years. This was her path. If she wanted to go further, she had to have this awareness. However, the changes in the past 1,000 years were not great, and the backlash of the world or time was not great. She could basically withstand it with her demigod power. But in recent years, Superman had officially come to the forefront, and the era of great change had arrived. Peeping into the future at this point in time had far-reaching effects. It was the same as looking into the abyss. You were looking into the future, and the future was looking into you. The powerful existences that would descend upon Earth in the future, such as Hal Jordan who was possessed by a ghost or the anti-watcher from Darkseid, would be able to sense it if one looked at them from their point in time. The kind ones wouldn't do anything, but the evil ones wouldn't have a problem spying on them in the opposite direction. Shangdo's situation was very bad. She had to use all her strength to prevent these visions from extending from the future. At the same time, to ensure that there would not be more terrible disasters in the future, she had to continue divining and watching. This vicious cycle had caused her to fall into a dilemma. This made her even more determined to not let her father go on the path of a fraud. Thinking of Malcolm, Thea realized that something was wrong. Now that a woman suddenly appeared, old Ma did not react at all. This was too strange. As soon as she turned around, an ominous feeling surged in her heart. This feeling came without reason. It appeared so suddenly and then disappeared quickly. She saw old Ma looking at Shangdo with a strange expression. The moment Thea turned around, Shangdo also closed his eyes slightly. She did not know what he was thinking. What's wrong with you? Thea poked old Ma. The father and daughter had a good relationship, but the way they addressed each other was very strange. Thea rarely called him father. Malcolm also called her by her name. People who did not know them would not be able to tell that they were father and daughter. Who is this woman? Malcolm had a strange expression on his face. Thea could see the passion in his eyes. He was a little confused, but still explained, "This is the Lady of Xanadu. She is the youngest sister of the goddess of the lake." Similar, very similar. Malcolm muttered as he looked at Xanadu from afar. Thea did not have Superman's super hearing, so she could not hear him clearly. Who does he look like? Like Tommy's mother, Malcolm's words made Thea choke on her own saliva. She stood rooted to the ground. He was really going to shock her to death with his words. At this time, Thea realized that Shangdo's appearance here was not simple. She also saw the vague charm in Shangdo's eyes. An extremely melodramatic fact was about to be put on the table. In the future that she divined, she would be together with old Ma. That was why she appeared here today, at this time. What could Thea say? That the two of them could not be together? Looking at old Ma's infatuated expression and Shangdo's posture of following the trajectory of time, she knew that they would not listen to her no matter what she said. What's more, the future was changed by her big butterfly wings. In the original space-time, Malcolm should be fighting Green Arrow in Star City, Faust should continue to be a handsome man in his observatory, and Shangdo should be going on his own journey. Now, fate was using his own hands to tie the two of them together. One was a diviner, the other an astrologer. One had lived for a long time, while the other was as cunning as a fox. With the help of Arthur and the goddess of the lake's complicated relationship, the two of them seemed to have some sort of relationship. Thea had the urge to cover her face. After analyzing several aspects, the two of them were really a match made in heaven. Thea, my child, I think I've found my future goal. I didn't protect Tommy's mother well back then. Now that I have the ability, I'm going to protect her. Malcolm stroked Thea's hair. It was as if he was talking to her, but it was also as if he was talking to himself. Thea was in a dilemma. What could she say? The future wife of Shangdo was in trouble. Getting involved with her was really not in line with her original intention of keeping her family away from danger. She had already seen a bunch of bad guys chasing after them, and old Ma turning into a breeze and running in front of Shangdo. Don't read the stars so easily. It will hurt your body far more than you can imagine. Feeling that she could not stop them, Thea could only cautiously advise. Don't worry, Thea. I will guide him in this aspect. No one in this world can compare to me in this field. Shangdo had walked to the two of them and said in a confident tone. She finally stopped talking about the damned descendant of Merlin and called out Thea's name. This should have been a very satisfying thing, but where did the tone of an elder come from? Thea felt the deep malice of the world. 2 days ago, she had just pretended to be Constantine's elder, and today, karma came back. But looking at Malcolm's proud face, she could not refute. She explained how to use the magic gems she had and gave them to Malcolm. Now that he had greatly increased his strength, he should be able to deal with any trouble. The wife of Shangdo whispered a few words to Jason Brad, and the knight with the demon hidden in his body was successfully fooled. The three of them happily bid farewell to Thea. A red light flashed, and only Thea was left. They're all gone. Who are you working so hard for? Thea was a little depressed. After 5 years, Malcolm had finally turned from a villain to a member of the righteous faction. Yes, Thea felt that when Madame Shangdo established the Dark Justice League in the future, Mr. Ma would definitely be a glorious member. He was now considered a rare talent among the mages who could fight and knew how to cast spells. Plus, with his complementary astrology skills with Madame Shangdo, it would not be a problem for him to become a senior member of the Dark Justice League. Maybe Madame Shangdo would retire behind the scenes, and Mr. Ma would rely on his own wisdom to take up the role. Shaking her head and sighing, she left the metropolis and teleported to New York. The Croydon compass that she had previously collected was only the dial and needle, and the last part of the lens was missing. As a local, Midnight Papa had already completed the preliminary work for her and found the target in his dungeon. The most important lens of the descendant of Croydon was hidden in his pupil. Old Ma had already turned over a new leaf, and Thea did not want to be too ruthless. Instead of digging out the lens, she used a replacement spell and an irony spell to take out the lens. The golden dial, the transparent lens, and the silver needle were perfectly combined, as if they had never been separated. Chapter 427. Croydon's Compass. Thea held the palm-sized tool in one hand and experimented with it a few times. The first function was to search for magic signals, and the second function was to find people. However, it was limited by the level of the original creator. It couldn't find divine weapons or magic weapons, and people above the level of demigod. Its range of application was limited to the level of mortals. In addition, in modern society, there were all kinds of interference. Many places like the Heaven's Eye Society couldn't be found by the compass. Although there were many shortcomings, its advantages were also outstanding. For ordinary people, it could be called a divine weapon. A good-for-nothing young man who doesn't look down on a poor young man. After getting the compass, he found a secret inheritance and soared to the sky. These images instantly popped up in Sia's mind. If this thing was released to the outside world, it could easily cause a lot of trouble. At this time, she could also understand some of Constantine's painstaking efforts. This guy's bottom line was even lower than the transmigrators. He collected magic items all over the world to stabilize the world. This was the era of mortals, the era of science and technology. Thea didn't have any big ambitions to revive the glory of the magic era because she knew that in the future, Earth would continue to develop science and technology. This trend had long been set. Reverse lightning in the 25th century, the Queen of Emerald Eyes in the 31st century, and the Magician in the 64th century. These transmigrators were all well-known figures in science and technology. In the 64th century, there was no difference between the development of science and magic. The way people lived had undergone earth-shaking changes. Things that modern society thought were magic could be realized with science and technology in that era. She didn't worry too much about whether people were happy or not 4,000 years later. She still had a lot of things to do. First, she returned to Star City to check on the homework of her two disciples. The two children were too smart. Originally, she almost didn't have anything to teach them. Now that she had obtained the memories of Master Sargon's lifetime, it was too easy to fool the two naughty children. Damien was dumbfounded by the long list of theories. The Demon King's princess, Raven Lowly, also stared with her eyes wide open and her small mouth forming an O shape. The gem magic and irony magic were also taught to the two of them. Raven Lowly was very resentful of throwing shiny gems at people. Her magic was almost infinite, so there was no need for her to do so. She secretly hid the few gems that Thea gave her, but her irony magic was really good. Damien, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of her. He didn't have enough magic, so it was very difficult for him to practice irony. However, he had a special liking for gemstone magic. In his opinion, it was no different from throwing a bomb. He used his father's credit card and bought a bag of gemstones to practice. Not to mention the frightened Batman who received the credit card bill, Thea hired 3 expedition teams in her name to search for the temple mentioned by Faust in the Peruvian jungle. The original spacetime was discovered by Constantine's good friend, Nick Nacro. However, this unlucky fellow was quickly abandoned by Slag Kong, who had fallen in love with Satana. Just before they found the temple, he was killed by the two, and his soul entered hell. Later on, it was Faust who sacrificed his lifespan to bring this guy back from hell. Now, this unlucky guy was still in hell, and Faust himself had been sent by Old Ma to accompany him. Brother Nick would have to live in hell for a few more years. This group of bad guys kept a trick up their sleeves. Without Nick's specific guidance, Faust only knew the approximate location. The power of the temple was still there, blocking the detection of the compass and the search of the Eye of Horus. Thea tried several methods, but in the end, she had no choice but to use the stupidest method, which was to send people to search for the temple. The 3 expedition teams all had mercenaries loyal to Death Knell. As long as the target was found, Thea would be able to go there immediately. A whole month passed. Other than Batman complaining to her that Damien's expenses were a little too high, there was no new news. After dealing with the affairs of the committee, Thea let out a long sigh. The 7 alien cities had been normalized. Under the situation of a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, many aliens had registered. However, this work had just begun. Out of more than 100,000 aliens, less than 30,000 of them had registered with the committee. The rest were either observing or doubting. General Lane initially wanted to force the registration, but Thea stopped him. For the aliens in a few of the cities, although there were some differences in their development, overall, they were not as good as Earthlings. This group of people was just sitting at home. Before they could figure out what was going on, a big cover was placed on them. After that, the city fell into chaos until Thea led a team to rescue them. They did not have an understanding person like Thea to explain the general situation of the universe to them, nor did they know about Brainiac. Many aliens saw the black technology of the committee and thought that the Earthlings had captured them. Some cried, some knelt down and begged, and some wanted revenge. There were many different sentiments. General Lane heard that the Earth was also a developed planet in the eyes of the aliens, so he temporarily stopped the idea of forcing the registration. The old general's sense of honor was satisfied. Under the special publicity of the committee, the news of aliens landing on the Earth was slowly revealed to the outside world. After the initial panic, many brave guys jumped out. The incident that Thea had dealt with before was a typical example. This woman, whose code name was Gambling House, was an ordinary person without any enhancements or abilities. She was the owner of a very famous underground casino. She saw the value of the aliens. In just 1 month, she had kidnapped or robbed dozens of aliens from the 7 alien cities to fight in her casino to satisfy the perverted hobbies of the rich. When Digger, a former bodyguard and now one of the leaders of the armed forces, first reported to Thea, she did not believe it. How could an ordinary Earthling be so bold? However, in front of a few pieces of evidence, she had to admit that people could be as bold as they could be. This woman, who wore a red dress with a high slit and had an azure dragon tattoo on her body, had business all over the world. Her underground casino fully satisfied the psychology of the rich. The battle between humans and beasts, the battle between humans and aliens, and the battle between aliens and beasts, there was nothing that she could not do. Mr. Digger, catch this woman. Thea collected some clues from the Sky Eye Society and other intelligence agencies and gave a stack of information to the black man. These ordinary people were not worthy of her personal action. The black man did not care how Thea mobilized his troops. He also had a set of kinetic skeletons and Thea's freeze gun. With hundreds of people, he would not lose to a woman who relied on her mouth to escape. While Thea was thinking about where to go on the weekend, Fiora came in a hurry. The news from the Pentagon: 10 minutes ago, an unidentified flying object landed on the Earth. Looking around and seeing that there was no one around, she whispered, looking at the photo, "It looks like Krypton's Fort Ross. It is different from the Black Fog Fort where we are imprisoned. Fort Ross is full of Krypton felons." Chapter 428. Fortress Ross? Thea's expression was a little unnatural when she heard this. This is Supergirl's enemy. This group of brutal aliens came to Earth so early. Although this fortress, Supergirl's spaceship, and General Zod flew out of the Phantom area at the same time, it was huge and not a normal aircraft at all. Supergirl's small spaceship landed on Earth 6 years ago, followed by General Zod's Black Fog Fortress. Because he had scientists who could modify the prison, he arrived on Earth half a year ago. Fortress Ross is different. If General Zod is a political prisoner, Fortress Ross is a criminal prisoner. The prison conditions and staffing are different. According to the original timeline, after they rushed out of the Phantom area, it would take at least 10 years for them to arrive on Earth. History has really been changed. Thea doesn't know if this is her own doing, or the work of Madame Soto, or is it the work of those speedsters, the technological transmigrators of the future world. There are too many possibilities and it is really hard to judge. No matter what the future will develop, it is time to go and see. After asking for the coordinates, Thea and Fiora teleported to the wilderness of New Mexico. The two of them searched for a little and found the landing object. From the outside, it looked like a strange flying object formed by the intersection of 2 rings with a diameter of thousands of meters, but if you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that there are dense partitions in the rings. Each partition is a prisoner's cage. There are no signs of life in the spaceship. Did they run so fast? Thea glanced from afar. The expected scene of hundreds of aliens flying out did not appear. The spaceship was empty, as if it had been abandoned for several days. The two entered the spaceship and took away all the weapons that could be used as weapons. The two came to the main control computer and got control of the spaceship by relying on Fiora's identity. Fiora checked and said with some depression, they used light and shadow refraction equipment. In fact, the spaceship has been landing for 3 days. These are all Krypton felons and they have all run away. Unlike Superman, Fiora had no feelings for Earth. She only felt that the escape of these Kryptonian criminals was a provocation to her, the only person who still had a job on Krypton. Whether it was duty or obligation, she had to catch these people back. This was the only thing she could do for Krypton. Thea did not care about the Kryptonian honor. She only remembered that the leader of this group seemed to be Supergirl's aunt. Although she was a Kryptonian, she was not a warrior. Most likely, she was born as a government support personnel and would not pose any threat to her. Thea had read many Kryptonian genetic profiles. She did not feel pressured by the information on the spaceship. Soon, she found something different from what she remembered. Supergirl's aunt, General Astra, had committed suicide after the destruction of Krypton. Now, the one leading everyone was her adjutant and her husband, Norn. This guy used ruthless means to integrate the resources on the spaceship. This might be the main reason why he landed on Earth in advance. Let's take this spaceship back and use it as a prison in the future. Thea was worried about where to put the aliens who committed crimes. She could not put them in Black Gate Prison or Belgrave Prison. Just as she was worrying, the prison automatically fell down. Fiora and Norn were both adjutants, but as the battle sequence, she was half a level higher than Norn, who was in charge of logistics affairs. She easily overtook the other's authority. If it was in the past, such a big toy that weighed thousands of tons would not be able to be taken away without exposing its true strength. Now, it was easier. An atomized field was built on the spot. 5 rays were aimed at Fortress Ross at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a fist. The Missy was ready to stuff it into her bag. The two searched the spaceship and atomized the prison. It took them an hour to finish all this. Just as they were about to leave, the Martian hunter, who acted like an ordinary person, finally arrived at the scene with his men. This should be managed by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The Martian hunter saw the spaceship that looked like a toy in Thea's hand. He knew that he was late, but he still wanted to fight for it. This is clearly the responsibility of the Alien Supervision and Management Committee. Thea did not back down. Public is public. This is the disadvantage of the cross-agency. Their functions overlap with each other. It seems that anyone can manage it, but it is a competition of who is tough. In order to win their trust, Thea also took out her ID and showed it to them. The Martian hunter was helpless. In order to disguise his identity, he could not fly over like Thea when he heard the news. It took him an hour to get there. He was fast. The Sky's Eye Society, which could also manage this matter, had just set off. The two were talking on the surface, but the spiritual channel was not idle. One said that this was a Krypton spaceship and Fiora had the indisputable leadership. The other said that both of them were too young. I have experience in dealing with this matter. You should leave it to me. Uncle Rong-en, you don't want to expose your identity. It is dangerous to fight aliens with a group of agents. You know that these guys are felons of Krypton. Can you bear to see your men die tragically? If you can't make up your mind, let's go to the Bat Cave to vote. Thea said cheerfully in the spiritual channel. The Martian hunter thought about it. Thea's words made sense. He could not fight, so it was indeed inhumane to rely on submachine guns and grenades to deal with all kinds of ferocious aliens. As for going to the Bat Cave to vote, he did not care. They had already discussed the matter of Fiora staying on Earth. Superman was in favor of having one more compatriot on Earth. Diana knew that Fiora was Thea's subordinate. She felt that the more strong women there were, the better. She also happily agreed. Batman abstained, so the final vote was 3-1. Was there still a vote this time? The Martian hunter felt that the result was already decided. There was no suspense at all. Both sides confirmed the ownership and went back to their own homes. Thea brought the prison spaceship back to the committee. She did not go too far. Whether it was the Sky's Eye Society or the Super Investigation Bureau, they could throw criminals who were difficult to lock up into the spaceship. The spaceship was very spacious. It would not be a problem to hold 8 to 10,000 criminals. The parties were not too happy. Everyone knew that this spaceship of alien criminals had entered a human city. It was only a matter of time before they caused trouble or even committed crimes. A few departments were secretly accumulating strength and setting up spies, waiting for the enemy to make a move. 3 days passed quickly. Fiora's super hearing was still running. Thea was also searching from time to time. She had mobilized facial recognition and satellite positioning. California, Nakanel City. High-intensity battle reaction. Gideon received the news immediately. Thea cast an invisibility spell on Fiora and directly stepped into a portal. Chapter 429. The weather in Nathanar City was a little humid, which made Sia a little uncomfortable. This city was about the same size as Star City and Central City, but unlike Star City, where everyone was as busy as clockwork, the greenery in the city was excellent, and the citizens were very relaxed. If one could adapt to the weather here, this would be a city with a very high quality of life. But today, the peace of the city was disturbed. Not far away, there was a fire, and black smoke covered half of the sky. Many citizens stopped and asked each other what was going on. The police were evacuating the crowd loudly. The whole city was in turmoil. Over there. Both of them had excellent eyesight. It took them a little time to find the two people fighting through the black smoke. Looking at the destruction and chaos on the scene, Thea guessed most of it. Now that she had found the target, she took a closer look and found it was as expected. There was indeed a Kryptonian with a full-level demolition passive attribute in the battle. But today, the Kryptonians were on the passive side. Kara Danvers, a supergirl with long brownish-black hair, was wearing casual clothes and cloth shoes, was being chased by a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He had an ugly wrinkle on his forehead and was holding a giant axe. Is this little girl also a Kryptonian? Fiora saw Kara Danvers at a glance. Yes, she is also from the Iyer family. Her original name is Karazwa Iyer. On Earth, she was called Kara Danvers. Sia looked at the battle scene. Kara Danvers' overall quality was actually much higher than his opponent's. It was just that he did not know how to use his strength. He only used the same few moves back and forth. It's too ugly. Fiora resisted the urge to watch for a minute. Kara Danvers did not have any fighting skills, which made Fiora, who was proud of his skills, very uncomfortable. Thea did not comment. Superman's fighting style was not delicate either. The Supergirl was from the same family as him, and she had the style of the Iyer family. The Iyer family was the #1 cheat clan on Krypton. At first, it was said that they had sent away Superman. In fact, during the few minutes when the planet was destroyed, a bunch of people from the Iyer family had escaped. What was even more outrageous was that they had sent Superman's dog to Earth. It was a dog that could fly and absorb sunlight and heat rays with a red cloak. At this time, Superman's parents actually didn't know that she was going to run away. The husband and wife were very pretentious and cold as they hugged each other and watched the planet explode. Thea really couldn't understand how their minds worked. After patiently watching for another minute, Fiora couldn't help but ask, "Can we fight here? I want to teach her how the Kryptonians fight." Thea scanned her surroundings. This was an oil refinery, and the aftermath of their battle had turned the place into a mess. It's troublesome to fight here. Let's go to Grutter's place. In order to make it easier for her subordinates to contact each other, she had built a permanent portal on the planet controlled by Grud. There was no need to be afraid of fighting there, so it was the most suitable place for teaching. Control them. I'll leave the man to you. After saying that, Thea took out a magic tool and threw it on the spot. Then, she quickly drew a magic circle to communicate with the long-distance coordinates. With a little sense of her spiritual power, she found the location. You've damaged the city too much. Follow me. Thea called out. Thanks to her years of torment, the little Supergirl could still recognize her. Seeing that Fiora had knocked out the strong man with a punch, although she didn't know what the blue portal in front of her was. She hesitated for a moment and followed them into it. Wow! Suddenly, she saw the purple sky, which was completely different from the plants, buildings, and gravity on Earth. Kara Danvers knew that she had come to an alien planet. "You're Miss Thea. I remember you." Before Kara could finish her words, she was interrupted by Fiora, who was wearing a cold face. "Your fighting style is too crude. You could have dodged the punch at the beginning and then kicked sideways. But you actually chose to retreat." Fiora blabbered on and on. At first, Kara Danvers was a little annoyed. No one would be happy to be scolded by a stranger. But after a closer look, she could see the difference. You're a Kryptonian." "Of course, I'm Fiora. I lived in Area B15 of Area 115, which was not far from your home. Your mother was my instructor." Fiora talked about the past of Krypton. Unlike Superman, who came to Earth when he was born, Supergirl left Krypton when she was 12 years old. She had deep feelings for her hometown, especially when she heard that Fiora knew her mother. Her eyes were a little red. "Be strong. Your mother once taught me something." Fiora grabbed Kara's collar and spat on her face as if she was training a new recruit. Kara felt that Fiora was an elder. She glanced at Thea from the corner of her eyes and shrank her neck like a quail. Thea gave her a kind smile. This girl was 2 years younger than her and was 18 years old. Perhaps Kryptonians were generally naive, and their personalities were like minors. Ignoring the fact that they were of different blood lineages, Thea looked at her like she was looking at her own sister. Fiora talked non-stop for 5 minutes before Kara came to her senses. "Why did you bring me here?" "I want to train you in fighting style and method, like this guy on the ground." Fiora kicked the alien who was knocked out by her punch. "This guy is no match for you." Kara's brows furrowed. She was not very confident now that she had fought so close to death before. The alien stood up shakily after being kicked. At first, he was also shocked by the drastic change in his surroundings. He only remembered that he was like a ferocious tiger, swinging his axe like a tiger. He was about to chop the enemy to death, but how did he end up here in the blink of an eye? However, his combat experience was far better than the muddle-headed Supergirl. He immediately realized that there were enemies around. Thea stood in the distance with a faint smile. He could not see her specific strength. However, Fiora was very close to him and realized that he was an enemy. Without thinking, she chopped down with her axe. Before Kara could tell her to be careful, Fiora grabbed the giant axe with one hand. She continued to talk to Kara as if nothing had happened. "I just arrived on Earth not long ago. You are far better than me in terms of exposure to the yellow sun. However, you have not even used 10% of your strength. Watch me." Fiora let go of her hand and lowered her strength to Kara's level. She grabbed the handle of the alien's axe and pulled him to the side. She lifted him up with the tip of her left foot, turned around, and kicked the alien's face with her right foot. "See? You have to use all the strength in your body to fight, not just punch and kick." Fiora did not feel that there was anything to brag about defeating a brute. She stretched out her hand and wanted to raise the target again. Sia chuckled. This unlucky guy was directly knocked unconscious. She tapped lightly with her index finger, and the brawny man was dragged back. A golden light of healing lit up on his body. "Let me treat this guy. We have plenty of time to practice." Chapter 430. While Thea was treating the injured, Fiora gave Kara some on-the-spot guidance. Thea listened from time to time. The Kryptonians did not have as many combat styles as the Earth. Their martial arts were like a science, and they were all precisely calculated. They pursued simplicity and efficiency. They used their high attributes to crush their opponents and finish the battle within a minute. This was the traditional combat style of the Kryptonians. "Come on." Fiora patted Kara's shoulders and pushed her toward the alien who had been treated again as if she was sending a boxer to the ring. Kara Danvers felt a lot more confident, perhaps because he had a fellow Kryptonian and a seemingly friendly little sister like Sia. He gently cheered himself up and punched the muddle-headed brawny man in the chest. The poor muscular alien was hit hard before he could understand what was going on. Purple blood sprayed all over the ground like a fountain. However, this alien was very experienced in combat. He swung his axe in mid-air and forced Kara to step back and regain his balance. Don't just watch. Attack his lower body when he just landed. Why are you flying when you are fighting face to face? There are too many unnecessary movements. Stare at your opponent's shoulder. He is going to throw his right fist. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. The body of a Kryptonian can take any attack. You have to dodge that axe. Can't you see such a bright energy attack? Fiora was constantly correcting her movements. Kara was embarrassed by the scolding, but now that his life was no longer in danger, the Kryptonian's fighting spirit was gradually ignited. His punches and kicks were gradually becoming more and more like a fighter. The alien on the opposite side also learned some information through the battle. Although he did not know where he was, he knew that it was the two women who were playing tricks. Fiora sent him flying with 2 punches. He knew that he was no match for Fiora even if he was in perfect condition. He attacked Kara with his axe and flew toward Thea. Dishonest guy. Thea's fighting style was not suitable for Kara, and she had no intention of teaching him. She leaned slightly to the side to avoid the opponent's attack. She moved briskly to the side and raised her leg to kick the alien's ribs. When he was in pain, she changed her kick to a flick and turned around to do a standard taekwondo spin kick to send him back. Thea's kick was skillful, and the alien was not injured. He was still unconvinced and wanted to continue attacking. Bam! Bam! 2 orange energy beams hit the ground under his feet. Thea pointed to Kara, indicating that this was his opponent. Is this a heat ray? Super asked, a little confused. No, it is not easy to explain it in a few sentences, just know that I am a pure earthling, explained to Thea lazily. Kara Danvers nodded as if he understood. He continued to fight with the sparring partner with a serious expression. The next half a day made her very happy. She had been suppressing her strength since she came to Earth, and now she suddenly released it. The Kryptonian fighting genes were completely activated, and every cell in her body seemed to be cheering. Her every punch and kick would burst out with great power. Her real energy did not change, but her combat power had at least tripled. While she was happy, the sparring partner was unhappy. He had come with an axe to take revenge on the Kryptonians. He could not beat a tough guy like Superman, so he set his eyes on the weak-looking Supergirl. The plan had been carried out smoothly. He had been training with a thirsty axe for many years, and he was about to kill Supergirl. But he never expected that 2 female devils would jump out of nowhere. Fiora did not fight, and she was in a guiding position, which was acceptable. Sia, on the other hand, was too despicable. The sparring partner had already been knocked unconscious 14 times by Supergirl. From his skull to his nose, to his arms and thighs, there wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. Even such a serious injury had been pulled back. When he felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, Thea injected him with some kind of injection to make it look like they were evenly matched. His whole body's potential was mobilized. It was very cool at that time, as if he could smash a planet with a punch. But now he was paralyzed on the ground. He missed the Kryptonians' Fort Ross very much. Thinking of the past, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. When he first got out, he should have gone to other planets to beg for food instead of being fooled into coming to Earth to take revenge. His strong body had shrunk by 2 sizes, and he had lost at least 30 pounds. Thea looked at this guy who was staring at the sky with dull eyes. After checking, she said helplessly, "Your body's potential has been overdrawn, and the vitality of your cells has dropped to the lowest level. If you want to fight again, you will need at least a year of rest." Hearing her conclusion, Kara and Fiora were a little regretful, but they had no objection. In order to treat this guy, Thea had cast at least 100 healing spells. She was not related to him, so it was definitely not the kind that consumed her body. Her inhumane spells triggered the body's self-recovery mechanism, artificially accelerating the body's recovery. This spell was a weak energy-absorbing spell that Sargon had mastered. It leaned towards the school of necromancy. Now that she had changed it, the gloomy atmosphere disappeared, and it was replaced by a sacred and inviolable aura. There were many who changed from sacred spells to necromancy spells, but there were not many who changed from necromancy to sacred spells. After that, she added a lot of enhancement spells, strength spells, defense spells, and acceleration spells to him. These spells were definitely harmless, but they could not withstand the long duration. 1 hour was fine, but 4 hours was not enough. The speed and strength that far exceeded the body's limit acted on the body for a long time, and the damage to the bones, muscles, and internal organs was almost destructive. The injection in the end was not the genetic optimization that the alien had hoped for, but a bottle of hallucinogen made by scientific means. The alien thought that his strength had soared, but in fact, the injection had deceived his brain and removed all the restrictions on his body, resulting in an illusion that he had exceeded his limit. With all kinds of destruction inside and Supergirl's fierce beating on the outside, the alien who was determined to take revenge finally could not hold on. He threw away his axe and lay on the ground, unable to get up no matter how hard he kicked. Thea felt that this guy was very cooperative, and she was ready to fulfill his wish and send him back to the place where his dream began, so that he could continue to be a glorious prisoner. When the 3 women dragged the prisoner away, Grid finally came back from his patrol. The gorilla was even taller and more burly than before. With a height of 5 meters, no one would think that he was a magician instead of a physical type. Gorilla? Supergirl's mouth formed an O shape. She had lived on Earth for many years, so she knew the common animals. She could not understand how this distant alien species could exist on Earth. Fiora and Grutter had a lot of dealings, so she gave a simple introduction. Chapter 431. The Jared in this world was different from the original spacetime. All the anger from the previous human experiments had been wiped out. He had seen a lot, and now he didn't hate or love human beings. The Earthlings were just ordinary members of the universe, nothing more. Thea analyzed that when this guy had spiritual intelligence, he was probably in the state of a teenager. After various kinds of torture, he naturally had the idea that the sky couldn't cover his eyes and the earth couldn't block his heart. If he had continued to develop, he would have been a villain. But now, he had broadened his horizons and was treated like a god by the aliens on this planet. Jared's temperament had changed. It was like a child who didn't hold a grudge when fighting, but if you beat him every day, he would hate you for the rest of his life. Grud was in such a situation. He was severely beaten up by the Earthlings. At a critical crossroad, he was interrupted by the young lady. He vented his resentment, and now, the trauma in his heart had been healed by the aliens as if they were his ancestors. Hey. The gorilla passed an intimate signal to Carla and stretched out his big hand to shake her hand. Oh. She seems to be able to talk to me? Carla seemed to have discovered a new world and held Jared's hand tightly. If it was an Earthling girl, she would have fainted, but Carla didn't have this problem. The Kryptonian genes made her look simple, but nothing could scare her. Carla laughed and played with Jared. The gorilla had been eating and sleeping since he left the Earth. The people he came in contact with were either serious people like Fiora or aliens who trembled like noodles when they saw him. Except for Thea, who occasionally teased him, no one played with him for a long time. Now, he met an old loli like Carla. Although he was not very mature mentally, he actually had a good time with this little Supergirl. At first, it still had some resentment towards the Earthlings, but when Kara lifted it up high, it realized that the little girl was definitely not an Earthling. The human and the gorilla, you throw me up, I throw you up, and I throw you up, playing very happily. Thea originally wanted to return to Earth, but seeing that they were having a good time, she was not in a hurry to leave. Grud no longer had a ruthless personality, and his personality was developing rapidly in the direction of humor. His strength was a little lower than his original time and space. For this, Thea was happy to see it happen. The dark side was 5 times stronger, and the white side was 3 times weaker. She had already mentally prepared for this. The three of them held down the prisoner and only returned to Earth when it was dark. Fiora once again urged Kara to go to the committee to look for her when he had time. She didn't want him to be invincible, but at the very least, he needed to receive some professional training from Krypton. Kara nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She hurriedly broke up with them and flew home. Fiora led the prisoner back to Fortress Ross. The prisoner will be the first tenant of the fortress after it is reopened. As an opening gift, Fiora rearranged him back to his former room. Thea returned to the office alone. The originally empty room became blurry in her eyes. She took a closer look and was amused. Uncle Ronan? What a rare guest. As her voice fell, the invisible Martian hunter came out. In less than 1/10 of a second, he completed the whole process of camouflage. Thea only saw his green skin flash in a hurry, and then he changed into his usual Supernatural Investigation Bureau director disguise. Where did you take Carla? Where? Let me think. According to our language, it should be called Sputnik Star. It is in the 1109 sector of the Western Universe. Thea thought about it seriously before answering. Looking at the Martian hunter's eyes, she explained, Kara's fighting ability is too poor. You also know Fiora. She is going to train Kara. She doesn't expect him to be very powerful, but at least he can protect himself. Kara's ability is enough to protect himself. The Martian hunter's father, Boda, came out suddenly. He regarded all the beautiful and lovely girls as his own daughters, and the Danvers sisters were the most important among them. Thea curled her lips and transmitted some images to him through her mind, all of which were the appearance of Kara being pressed on the ground and beaten up. Look at these, he can't even use 1/10 of his own ability. How can he protect himself? What's there to protect? The Martian hunter looked at the images and was a little speechless. To be honest, the alien that Kara dealt with was a piece of trash in his and Superman's eyes. An enemy of this level almost killed Kara. This Kryptonian girl's combat ability was a little weak. Sia laid out the facts and reason, and quickly sent this overly worried guy out of the office. Pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Train reasonably, don't rush. Even after the Martian hunter left, he was still giving instructions through telepathy. Thea had no choice but to agree. After sending the Martian hunter away, Kara kept her promise and went to receive Fiora's training every few days. Superman and the Martian hunter secretly peeped at her, but they were both chased out by Fiora, who also had X-ray vision. The matter of the magic world was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without any trace. The Cold Flame Vatican's control around the world had shrunk, and a large number of subordinates were called back to the headquarters to prepare for possible enemies. On the second day after Constantine entered the Shadow Labyrinth, he ran out with Zatanna. These two guys were more than a day earlier than Thea expected. After escaping, Zatanna directly teleported away, while Zakon directly went to find Daddy Midnight. The two of them had a friendly conversation, and in the end, Constantine was thrown out by a group of gangsters with broken arms. The citizens did not know that a small-scale battle had taken place in a world that they did not understand. They did not know that a few extraordinary mages had died. The magic world that had been suppressed by the Cold Flame Vatican for a long time was jittery, and all kinds of rumors spread in a small area. Someone wanted to clear out the magic world, and the Cold Flame Vatican was the first to do so. Cold Flame Vatican wanted to lead the way, and if you don't want to die, hurry up and accept the offer. During this period of time, the major organizations received a lot of strange people who wanted to join them. These people were at most at the level of a magic caster, and they lived a tight life. Naturally, their real identities were not as good as they wanted to be. News of a plumber joining the FBI, and a street artist going to the CIA for an interview spread. Most of the mediocre people were dismissed, but a few elites stayed. For example, the Heaven's Eye Society recruited a person with superpowers who volunteered to join them, Dr. Mist, a black man with magic circles all over his body that could reflect all magic attacks. This South African doctor abandoned medicine because of his wife's death. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent, so he could only use a secret technique to transform his body, and forcefully practiced the magic version of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Chatter Santana, who was once heavily injured by Thea, had fully recovered. Amanda ordered him to use his own devil's fire to attack Dr. Mist, and the result was very satisfying. The devil's fire was reflected back at him. Several test results showed that this person did not have any attack power, but was almost perfect in reflecting all kinds of energy. Amanda was so happy that her back teeth were showing. If it were not for the fact that the Heaven's Eye Society's existence could not be known to the outside world, she would have gone to Times Square to raise a flag and recruit people. Chapter 432. Thea could only find it ridiculous that Dr. Mist relied on the array to reflect magic. Everything had a limit, and Dr. Mist's body was the limit. When the energy exceeded the sum of his physical and mental energy, his array would happily collapse and take him to heaven or hell for a vacation. In order not to appear special, the Alien Supervisory Committee also recruited a few idlers who had been frightened by the turmoil in the magic world. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, they were stuffed into the Black Man's army to receive re-education. Time slowly passed. The four-man team of Star City was fighting against the gangs led by the Brick Wall, and Batman was training the third-generation Robin. As the center of the maelstrom, the metropolis naturally wouldn't be peaceful. Sia came to attend a court hearing while rubbing her forehead. She was surrounded by dozens of bodyguards in black, and there was a large circle of reporters at the outermost circle, asking questions with all kinds of cameras in their hands. Her Quinn Merlin Group's headquarters had been established a month ago, and with her own high prestige, the group's affairs were carried out very smoothly. But today, a month later, discordant voices finally came out. Speaking of which, she was also an undeserved disaster. As the hero who saved the metropolis, she had a 3-meter-high bronze statue in the city center square to commemorate her saving tens of millions of citizens. The Superman statue in the original spacetime was directly flapped away by her big wings. At first, the young lady was very happy. While no one was paying attention, she secretly drew a small array at the bottom of the bronze statue. This was the mark of the moon goddess. As her only chosen, Thea could continuously absorb faith through this small array and transform it into mana. In a city with millions of people, even if everyone was a Pan believer, the accumulation of faith was still a terrifying number. The young lady was happy for a few days, but then bad luck automatically jumped out. 3 guys who were injured either in the battle with Zod or in the Glass Dome incident, ran under her statue at the same time and committed suicide. The reason for their suicide was so fake that it made people's hair stand on end. The 3 left behind a suicide note saying that Thea, as the Metropolis hero, didn't help them no matter how hard their lives were. If that was all there was to the will, even an ignorant person would find it funny. If it wasn't your biological parents, who would care if you died? However, when the 3 of them committed suicide, they also revealed the existence of the Extraterrestrial Management Committee. They listed a lot of data, showing how Thea, as the chairman, treated the extraterrestrials well. It created an image for the masses of onlookers that they were harsh to Earthlings and generous to aliens. Other than the citizens of the metropolis who came into contact with Superman every day, humans all over the world still did not believe in the existence of aliens. However, under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, this group of people also joined the army of skeptics. This level of gossip couldn't even be considered slander. For those politicians, if they didn't receive insults in their mailboxes every day, it meant that they were about to step down. However, these rumors were really disgusting. The statues that collected faith were destroyed by vengeful spirits, and a bunch of people were watching them 24/7. Thea didn't even have a chance to purify them. Toads stomp on the ground. They don't bite people. They are disgusting. This was Thea's inner monologue. Dr. Quinn, do you have any response to the alien incident? Dr. Quinn, our readers would like to know that this committee costs the world's taxpayers $35 billion a year to settle aliens. Is this news true? Relying on his size, Clark Kent, who disguised himself as a human reporter, also came to Thea with the cameraman Jimmy. Seeing that he also raised the microphone and wanted to ask something, Thea glared at him. What are you pretending for? Did you come here to watch the show? If you dare to ask, I'll beat you up even if I have to use all my equipment. In the original space-time, she remembered that a guy with a broken leg climbed onto Superman's statue and sprayed paint. Now that it was on her head, it directly escalated to suicide, and 3 people died at once. Needless to say, the biggest suspect who wanted to deal with her was still Lex Luthor. She didn't know what was wrong with him. Didn't he want to have a love-hate relationship with Superman? She didn't need to die. Superman, who didn't know that Thea had taken the blame for him, also felt that this matter was ridiculous. The two of them were now familiar with each other with the help of Kara, Batman, and a bunch of other people. It was quite strange to pretend that they didn't know each other in public and want to interview her. His footsteps paused a little, and he smiled bitterly as he watched her walk past him. The hearing was a situation. Everyone went through the situation in a lively manner. Thea didn't say a word during the whole process. She really didn't need to explain to these people. The Quinn Group hired hundreds of lawyers, and half of them came today. Those who didn't know would think that this was a lawyers' association. Wasn't it just a waste of time to engage in a battle of words? The lawyers took turns to speak, picking words one by one. When it came to talking about aliens, they didn't know anything. After talking nonsense with this group of people for the whole afternoon, Thea returned home and ordered her various covert subordinates to investigate several major domestic consortiums, several multinational corporations, and even Wayne Enterprises. Thea must know who the other party was. When the information from all parties was summarized, Thea was a little surprised. Project Cadmus? The one who sent the information was Poison Ivy. Her charm was unparalleled in the world. No matter how harsh the training was, it was useless. She and Death Knell consecutively tied up 11 scientists who dealt with the Luthor Group and finally got the name. Yes, boss, but the scientist only knows the name. He doesn't know the details. Thank you for your hard work. Stop the follow-up. After Poison Ivy left, Thea repeatedly compared it to her memory. She knew a little about Project Cadmus. It was a huge scientific research project that Luthor secretly built with his financial resources. Cadmus was a hero of ancient Greece. According to the legend, he was the one who introduced the Phoenician alphabet to Greece. Luthor named his project with a very clear meaning. He wants to be a hero and bring alien things or technology to Earth. But the technology is not so easy to get. Who gave him the confidence to start such a project that costs tens of billions of dollars? Thea, who is also doing this work, has the most right to speak. Her cheating has broken through the sky. Various governments pay for it and a large number of scientific research results of the Red House. Now, only a few small projects such as exoskeletons and laser guns have made breakthroughs. But Luthor's plan is not small. He wants to lead the Earthlings to complete their self-evolution and catch up with or even surpass the level of the Kryptonians. From the point of view of the Earthlings, he is a well-deserved hero. Who is helping him? Thea suddenly thought of a person, the Kryptonian adjutant who escaped from Ross's fortress, Norn. This guy has been looking for a long time and disappeared like the ground. He won't be involved with Luthor, right? Chapter 433. This group of people had destroyed all the images related to them before leaving the spaceship. It was very difficult for Sia to rely on Croydon's compass to find them. There was not a single photo. The compass was just a magic tool, it was not a search engine. Relying on the vague impression described by Fiora to search, the result could only be helplessly idling. She had no clue how to find the Kryptonians, but she could go directly to Luthor. Early the next morning, Milady, wearing a navy blue dress and thin high heels, rushed to the Luthor Group with dozens of bodyguards and assistants in more than a dozen cars. This was her first time in the new L building. The overall layout of the building was not bad, except for the huge portrait of Luthor at the entrance and Luthor's quotations hanging everywhere. All of you, wait outside. In front of Luthor's office, Thea turned around and ordered. She walked over alone, and the secretary opened the door for her with a smile. Is the missing Kryptonian with you? Thea asked directly. Luthor shook his head like a rattle drum and denied it. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. What I want to say is, don't try to control something you don't understand. Thea was not surprised by the appearance of doomsday. She could not prevent it at all. The chances of the Kryptonian adjutant colluding with Luther were very high. Both sides thought the other was stupid. Norn looked down on the technological level of the people on Earth. He came to Earth with a condescending attitude. Not to mention Luther, who had solved Fermat's last theorem in kindergarten. With a little hint, it was not difficult for him to replicate Doomsday's cells with his intelligence. After all, Doomsday was the ultimate biological weapon derived from the Kryptonian cells. It was not too difficult to kill Luther now, but it was not good for Thea. The people on Earth needed real evidence to realize the danger they were in. When they were frightened to a certain extent, it would be followed by a backlash. Superheroes would erupt like a geyser, and the birth of various teams would be unstoppable. This was the only way to fight for survival in the ever-changing future. After warning Luther, Sia kept looking at him. The atmosphere between the two of them was very tense. Don't think I don't know. You've done a lot of those experiments. Luther relied on his own conceit to resist Thea's powerful aura. The young lady didn't use her fear emotion and only used her normal aura. From this inadvertent confrontation, it could be seen that this guy's willpower was almost off the charts. Thea did not answer Luther's question. She had indeed done a lot of experiments and even tried to find Doomsday's weakness. These were things that could be done but could not be said. So, you admit that the Kryptonians are with you? I admit it. Luther's pride made him too lazy to beat around the bush. He took out a few pages of documents from the drawer and said, I helped them get a residence permit issued by your committee. They are legal residents of Earth. Thea flipped through it casually. It was indeed a formal document. The committee was responsible for the residence of more than 100,000 aliens. There were so many trivial matters that it was impossible for her, the chairman, to sign and confirm them. There were more than 10,000 employees under the committee. It was not difficult to get a few alien residence certificates. Only 3 Kryptonians. The document only mentioned 3 people. According to Fiora's memory, in addition to Norn, who was also an adjutant, there should be 6 other soldiers. However, they were not from the famous Iyer family, which was famous for having a lot of cheats. Instead, they were ordinary civilians. Their genetic limitations limited their growth. Only 3. They came to Earth after a lot of hardships, Luther said with a half-smile. Their hardships have just begun. Am I right? I hope they can still die in one piece after cooperating with you. Thea was speechless at these naive Kryptonians. Playing mind games with Luther? This mission is really difficult. I hope the Kryptonian god will bless them. Both of them got the information they wanted. Thea turned around and left. There was still some time left. Although Brainiac believed that the average intelligence of Earth was level 3, the Kryptonians were level 8, and Luther's intelligence was level 9, it would still take him a year to cross the long road of science and develop Doomsday by himself. Unlike Sia, the first Miss used all kinds of messy names and borrowed the taxpayers' money to do her own research and to build her own weapons. Although part of the results would be taken away, there was almost no loss to her own economy. She had a huge amount of cash flow every day for her to use for larger business arrangements. Her financial reach was deep into all walks of life in the country. Luther's arrogant personality made him a step behind Thea in political operations. He could only rely on his own connections and funds to force his way into the Cadmus project. There was no government to pay for it, no military support, and no consortium involvement. He was busy during the day and working underground every day. He was like an evil scientist. This was not ancient times, where you could bury a few tons of gold in the cellar. In today's globalized world, it was impossible to withdraw such a large amount of money without attracting attention. Thea also had shares in the Luther Group. According to the rules, she could look at the company's financial statements. She hired more than 100 famous accountants in the industry to do nothing but keep an eye on the Luther Group's cash and his various businesses. The initial investment in the Cadmus project alone cost him at least $3 billion in cash. This was just the beginning. The subsequent daily expenses would be astronomical. Since he was willing to throw tens of billions of liquid funds into the water, Thea would not stop him. The young lady had already begun to plan how much money she would have to pay to buy the Luther Group when they failed and went to jail. The funds had been taken away, but the Luther Group had a huge foundation. The meeting between the two did not have any impact on the overall situation. Without Luther's instigation, the suicide incident was widely spread on the internet, and all kinds of questions and puzzles emerged. The best way to deal with this was to muddy the waters. The young lady ordered the company's public relations department to use money to pave the way, bribe the print media, and hire internet water army to stir up trouble. In order to divert attention, she negotiated with several major agencies to make their artists break the news. Who was going to a hotel with whom today? Who was going to break up with whom tomorrow? The world's attention was involuntarily attracted. The uproar about the alien incident that had been going on for a month was gradually buried in all kinds of gossip. Although the incident had subsided, the sensitive people had noticed the existence of aliens. Several members of the committee discussed it behind closed doors and decided to maintain the status quo. Those who knew could know, but those who did not know, it was better not to know. The unlucky incident gradually subsided. The expedition team deep in Peru finally brought her good news. The temple had been found. Chapter 434. Thea excitedly rushed to the target location that night. The expedition team felt that she was a little too fast, so she used a supersonic plane as an excuse. Is this the place? Thea looked at the building that looked more like a pyramid than a temple. The expedition team was at the outermost area of the temple. The location of the temple was like a small island in the middle of a lake. The place where the lake was supposed to be was now filled with silt. The expedition team was paid to do this, so they did not continue to investigate. They could report to their superiors once they found the temple. This is the place. Look inside. I heard that this temple has a history of thousands of years. No one dares to enter it. However, according to the locals, there seems to be some traces of uncivilized aborigines on the island. The leader of the expedition team happily introduced the temple to Thea. In his mind, this task was really not difficult. He did not need to explore deeply. As long as he saw the temple, the reward would be just as generous. Such a good task could only be encountered once a year. He happily told Thea a lot of local customs. She took out her phone and asked her assistant to transfer money to the expedition team. She did not find the remaining two teams, but it was a little hard to earn money. She did not start to carefully look at the temple until the noisy crowd left. She flew into the air and looked carefully. The building was more than 300 meters long, 105 meters wide, and more than 40 meters high. Wide stone steps were laid out step by step. At the top was a pool-like altar. The four walls of the altar were carved with various scenes of primitive aborigines fighting, sacrificing, and harvesting. Indeed, as the locals said, there were signs of aborigines living outside the building, but there were not many of them, only about 30 of them. The aura here was very obscure, and there were ripples of a special frequency in the air. Every time she wanted to use the Eye of Horus to peek inside, it would be offset by the strange ripples. Even with her superb mental strength, it would be blocked by the special reliefs on the outer wall of the temple. If she closed her eyes, she would not be able to see this rather large building at all. Interesting place. Thea came in a hurry and did not bring her subordinates. She flew around the periphery and did not find anything that could pose a threat to her. Then she slowly landed in the middle of the lake. The muddy ground covered by layers of dead leaves made her a little uncomfortable in her leather boots. Who? Woo. Several natives, who only had animal skins around their waists, had different expressions when they saw her suddenly descend from the sky. Some gritted their teeth and glared angrily, while some prostrated themselves in worship. It was just that their language was really vulgar. Thea frowned and picked a cleaner-looking old man standing in the middle of the crowd. Her 5 fingers grabbed the air and pulled the old man over. Her powerful spiritual power directly entered the old man's mind, skipping the language barrier and reading his memories on the spiritual level. The result made her a little disappointed. The old man was the previous leader of this group of people, and the current leader was his son. Even so, there was no more information about the temple in the old man's memory. It was only passed down from generation to generation that they could not leave this area, nor could they enter the temple. Such a melodramatic curse, only Merlin and Morgan had the motivation and ability to do it. It was most likely that their ancestors were sinners or something. This kind of plot could be found everywhere, it wasn't anything new. After throwing the old man back into the crowd, Thea ignored these natives and walked slowly to the entrance. There were many dried blood stains and weathered bones at the entrance. Presumably, these natives were not willing to be trapped here forever, so they kept sending people to explore the temple. Unfortunately, these brave actions were all destroyed by the curse of the bloodline. The road had been soaked in blood for a long time, and many bones had grown together with the bricks. A few skulls scattered on the ground opened their mouths slightly, as if they were still issuing a silent warning to everyone who entered the temple. Thea used 4 or 5 detection spells in a row. There were no traps at the entrance at all. Then, under the nervous gaze of the natives, she walked in. As she walked into the temple, the torches on both sides of the wall seemed to have received some kind of signal and lit up one by one. The path was not winding, and there was a crossroad inside. Thea entered from the north gate and exited from the south gate. She walked carefully and did not spend more than 10 minutes. Strange, there's nothing here. Thea turned around and walked in all directions again. Except for the sound of her footsteps that lit up all the torches in the temple, there was nothing unusual. These ancient mages all like to pretend to be masters. Milady was too lazy to search by herself. She took out the power armor and activated the artificial intelligence scanning function. The temple also hindered the scanning to a certain extent, but after all, they were different professions. Thea adjusted the scanning frequency twice, and the magic enchantment of the temple was completely deactivated. Gideon scanned the interior and exterior of the temple and began to compare the information. The gaps between the bricks, the structure of the wall, the weight of the temple, and ancient buildings were still buildings. The numbers could not be faked. After a large number of positive and negative function calculations, he found a secret door in 2 minutes. The secret door was not heavy. Thea gently pushed it, and the door opened automatically. The dark room opened to her. The dark room seemed to have absorbed all the light. The hundreds of torches in the temple were instantly extinguished. Thea seemed to be standing in the void. It was so dark that she could not even see her own fingers. She raised her hand and released a light spell. The spell that was easy to cast in the past was extremely difficult to cast now. Fortunately, Thea's magic power was considered to be one of the best in the world. Just as Etrigan said, if she was in ancient times, she would have no problem being a court mage. This is... Thea increased the output of the light spell. Only then did she see the internal structure of the dark room clearly. The first thing that caught her eye was the dark giant coffin in the middle of the room. Thick and heavy, these words could be used to describe this giant coffin. However, it was not the coffin that attracted her attention. It was the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the giant coffin. Unlike the natives outside, whose bones were weathered beyond recognition, this skeleton was at least 1.9 meters tall when it was alive. From the shape of the pelvis, it was not difficult to tell that the skeleton sitting on the giant coffin was a female. Morgan Le Fay? Thea wanted to withdraw her gaze, but she found it difficult to do so. The other party's flawless white jade skeleton was constantly emitting a demonic charm. A seductive rhythm was silently knocking on her heart. The skeleton held a golden cube suspended in the air with both hands. The cube was slowly rotating. As the golden light changed, it constantly emitted knowledge about life and death, order and chaos. Power, status, wealth, beauty, and knowledge that pointed to the truth of the universe. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand this combination of fists. Unfortunately, Miss Thea was an exception. At first, she was really a little bewitched by the strange skeleton. However, when the skeleton came up with wealth, status, and knowledge, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. Chapter 435. Regardless of who designed this setup, she found it hilarious. A medieval sorcerer was trying to tempt her with wealth. How much money had they seen? Status and power were also a farce. They followed Arthur until they died, fought until they died, and all they got was a piece of land, which might not even be as big as some Texas farms in modern times. How could a landlord who only guarded a small piece of land talk about status with Sia, who controlled the world's economic lifeline? Talk about power? Women were even more ridiculous. She had the heart but not the strength. She already needed to use all her spells to deal with Diana, let alone 2 more beauties. Forgive the young lady. The spinning golden cube was the clue that recorded the book of magic. It was definitely a malicious product of the world. The other side of the book led to a technological plane that rejected all supernatural powers. How stupid must Sia be to want this thing? Even if it was given to her for free, she wouldn't want it. The 2 great villains, Nick Nacro and Felix Faust, had likely failed to resist the temptation as they happily carried the golden cube to search for the scammy book of magic. As a result, they missed out on something even more important. The charm of the corpse was like a filter. The strange rhythm sensed that she was free from the influence. It also retracted its light and slowly fell silent. I came from the void. Starlight shines on the fountain. Flames burn on the sky-blue dome. The wind of the 4 seasons. The wind of the 4 seasons sighs on the distant shore. An ancient-looking high chair suddenly appeared in the dark room. On the chair sat a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a colorful purple robe. Her body was lithe and her curves were graceful. Her eyes flickered as if they were light and quick. What was even more impressive was her long golden hair. The woman's temperament was like that of a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The words she spoke were also filled with an ancient style. If one listened carefully, it seemed that there was some kind of truth in them. Thea stared at her attentively. She was a little nervous as she listened to the woman recite the opening words like a song. She had made a few defensive spells into gems and was holding them in her hands. If she felt that something was wrong, she would immediately activate them. She had to put herself in an invincible position. However, the blonde woman paused in the middle of her recitation. She glanced at the woman's half-opened palm with her eyes and continued speaking. The parting sunlight fills us with sorrow. The past is still vivid in our eyes. The breeze blows. The woman quickly glanced at her palm again, but her original cold temperament was completely ruined by her little action. She pretended as if nothing had happened. Thea's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This woman looks serious, but she seems to be a clown. Ahem. Thea coughed twice to announce her presence, because she saw that the woman sat back down and seemed to want to continue reading. The blonde woman's train of thought was interrupted and she couldn't help but glance at Thea. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she asked, Merlin bloodline? How could this be? The one who came to see me after 1,000 years was actually old Merlin's descendant. The blonde woman didn't sit anymore. She quickly climbed up the giant coffin with movements that didn't match her temperament at all. She carefully examined the white bones and muttered while looking. This doesn't make sense. Old Merlin is greedy and lustful. These spell formations are still in operation. How could he let his descendant in here? Thea revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. All kinds of temptations were still vivid in her mind. Greedy and lustful? Is this the image of the ancestor? The image of a Dharma god in Missy's heart collapsed. Based on her words and the state of her soul, it wasn't difficult to guess the woman's identity. Thea still wanted to confirm it. You are? The woman searched the skeleton for a long time but didn't find anything. She scratched her head in confusion, jumped down from the coffin, and walked to Sia. Under Sia's nervous gaze, she made a gesture to compare who was taller. Oh, descendant of Merlin, you're not tall. Me? I'm Morgan Le Fay's doppelganger. Can't you tell? Have you heard of the name of my main body? The blonde woman said with a brisk tone that didn't match her appearance at all. She even smiled proudly as if she was very satisfied that she was taller than Thea. 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. In all honesty, she was now 1.79 meters tall, which was definitely considered tall among women. She was only a few centimeters shorter than Diana's 1.83 meters. When she participated in some activities, not many people had the courage to take a photo with her in high heels. It was really too embarrassing. However, this was a little overshadowed by Morgan Le Fay's 1.90 meters tall figure. Thea couldn't help but curse. Are you really a mage and not a basketball player? Many novels use tall and thin to describe mages. Could it be that mages had the hidden attribute of being tall and thin? Thinking of her purpose, Thea opened her mouth and asked. I know great mage Morgan Le Fay. She was a well-known figure in the same generation as Merlin and was also King Arthur's half-sister. Thea didn't mention anything about black mages and continued to ask. Where is your main body now? The blonde woman sighed slightly with her hands behind her back. My main body is no longer in this world. Most likely, she ran off to play somewhere. Thea almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. She could see that this doppelganger actually had no relationship with the main body. Either the doppelganger was too far away, or the main body had voluntarily given up control of the doppelganger. This beautiful woman who looked exactly the same as the main body had given birth to a new personality. Although she had the knowledge of the main body, growing up in such an independent environment, her mind was as pure as a child's. Thea put away the 2 gems in her hand. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the blonde woman slap her forehead. Ah! You specially came to accept the test left behind by the main body? Is that right? Not knowing that her words revealed a huge amount of information, the blonde woman stared at Thea with bright eyes. Morgan Le Fay's test? Thea's heartbeat instantly sped up, but she forcibly suppressed it. The thoughts in her mind constantly collided. Dozens of thoughts spun rapidly, and finally converged into one meaning. Agree first. Yes. I'm here to accept the test. Although she didn't know anything a second ago, the young lady still spoke in a resolute and decisive tone. The blonde woman was very satisfied with her attitude. She used her right fist to punch the palm of her left hand, then turned around, her back facing Thea, and stretched out her hand into the void. Where did you put it? Aya, this place is too messy. This somewhat confused big sister searched for a full 10 minutes before she pulled out a shabby parchment from the void. She looked at the first line of the parchment, then cleared her throat. The first test, the test must be a female. You're a female, right? After hearing this, Thea's face darkened. She drooped her eyelids and nodded. Chapter 436. She didn't know if Morgan Le Fay's clone was innocent or responsible, but she insisted on doing the so-called body check. Thea awkwardly allowed the clone to check her body and then compared it with her own body. Since the clone remembered that she was a female, Miss Thea finally proved that she was a female. The blonde lady was not ashamed of doing such a shocking thing. She regained her comical look and proudly read out the second rule, must know how to cast spells. Thea was afraid that the clone would do something intimate like checking the magic circulation in her body. She shot out 7 to 8 spells in the blink of an eye, including magic missiles, flame arrows, frost arrows, and a bunch of other spells. The silly girl nodded. Yes, the third rule, must not be older than 50 years old. Thea quickly took out her driver's license. The blonde lady looked at it seriously and pretended to understand it. She continued reading. The fourth rule, must be beautiful. There were a lot of questions, and Thea was tired of dealing with them. She felt that this was not a test, but a check on her household registration. Name, age, gender, and family situation were all asked. The 17th rule, the host must obtain the scepter gem of Gaius Octavian, the first monarch of the Roman Empire, the Star of Scribonia, named after his wife. The time limit is 3 days. There's no need for 3 days. This gem is in my hands. Thea rummaged through her ring expressionlessly and then threw a purple gem to the blonde lady. Oh. It's so beautiful. Ahem, I'll give this gem to the host for identification. You passed this test. Morgan Le Fay's clone played with the gem for a long time and wanted to throw it back to Thea. However, she couldn't bear to do so. In the end, she came up with a lame excuse and put it in her pocket. Sia glared at her. She only stopped when Sia gave her a fawning smile. You should at least thank me for coveting my things. You've passed the 18th task and the 19th task of collecting supplies. The 20th task, Thea finally understood as the clone continued to read out all kinds of tests. The host's tests were so flexible that it made one's hair stand on end. For example, in the 44th rule, she asked the testee to kill a Medusa. Where would Thea find Medusa in this modern society? She took out a fiery red gemstone and pretended that she had accidentally dropped it. The gemstone rolled to the feet of her doppelganger. The golden-haired big sister instantly learned the ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse. She then said that the gemstone on the ground was Medusa's head, silently passing this level. Merlin was said to be greedy and lustful, but judging from the personality of Morgan Le Fay's avatar, her main body wasn't any better. Holy and evil? That was just a rumor from the later generations. After coming into contact with them personally, Sia no longer had any respect for these legendary figures. These guys were not much harder to deal with than General Amanda Ryan. Although both the examiners and the examinees liked this kind of flexible, working method, Thea's gems didn't just fall from the sky. She could be flexible when it came to some troublesome tasks, but she still had to rely on her own ability to deal with some simple tasks. As time passed, the trials became more and more difficult. On the 82nd trial, Morgan Le Fay's clone directly grabbed a native from the outside. The native who entered the divine temple began to have his blood boil violently. The task was very simple. She just had to ensure that this person lived for more than 10 minutes under the effects of the bloodline curse. Thea didn't dare to neglect. The moment this person entered the divine temple, his pupils began to dilate and his whole body began to convulse. If she didn't treat him in time, he wouldn't even last 10 seconds. Healing, greater healing, regeneration, and all kinds of light and water spells were used to greet him. At the same time, all kinds of strengthening spells were cast on him. However, in less than 2 minutes, this person's body potential was exhausted. The recovery of his magic power was already behind the outbreak of the curse. Magic couldn't save him anymore. She directly injected a shot of adrenaline. Thea glanced at the golden-haired big sister. Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, she no longer had any scruples. She directly activated the medical cabin with a new energy source. Heart failure, cardiopulmonary bypass, kidney necrosis, abdomen disembowelment, and changed to a mechanical one. She injected 10 tubes of stimulant that could make an elephant run wildly for 3 days. All kinds of nutrients were poured into the body as if they didn't cost money. Poison Ivy, according to her actual situation, had prepared a large amount of chlorophyll that was rich in vitality. After a little experiment, she found that the human body didn't reject it. She also gulped down a bottle. Time's up, not bad. The golden-haired big sister looked at her with satisfaction. Thea breathed a sigh of relief. She summoned a ball of water and washed the dirty blood off her hands. Only then did she have time to carefully look at her work. It seemed that the divine temple's curse on the bloodline only lasted for 10 minutes. Now, after 10 minutes, this person was breathing and had a heartbeat. His brain was still receiving signals from the outside world. From a physiological point of view, this person was still alive. However, his heart was placed outside his body. More than half of his internal organs had been replaced. All the capillaries in his body were bursting from the chlorophyll. His cells were still bursting with new energy due to the stimulation of stimulant. They were constantly dividing, growing, and dividing. The violent outburst of cells in a short period of time had greatly shortened this native's life. The best ending for this person was to live as a cyborg. Thea didn't ignore the follow-up just because the time was up. She thought for a while and used her skillful mechanical knowledge to re-expel the excess substances in his body. Metal skeleton, biosimulated nerves, and artificial skin. With the help of the medical cabin's powerful functions, it took her half an hour to clean up this person. Thea motioned for the golden-haired big sister to send him out. She felt a sense of accomplishment. She had created a cyborg in 40 minutes. After this person woke up and returned to his race, his strength and speed would definitely increase a lot. The artificial skin was also determined. If she didn't dissect it, she wouldn't be able to see any clues from the outside. After calming down for a minute, she motioned to continue the test. After spending so much time and effort, Thea had to see what the final reward was. Morgan Le Fay's doppelganger was a spiritual body. It didn't know fatigue at all. Seeing that she wanted to continue, it also happily began the follow-up test. The phantom of the Knights of the Round Table was beaten up by the young lady's magic and martial arts. Thea played riddles with the Sphinx. She took out a file of Gotham's Riddler. Many of the riddles were difficult for Batman to solve. She picked a few difficult ones and directly defeated the Sphinx's doppelganger, whose intelligence was lowered by several levels. The 98th test. Find the treasured sword of the original body's nemesis, Merlin. When the golden-haired big sister saw this line of words, she was a little stunned as she looked at Thea, or rather, her neck. You saw this too, right? The treasured sword is right here. Thea shook the treasured sword that was disguised as a necklace. This test could be said to be reasonable and expected. This test would be extremely difficult in other times, but in this modern society where the Heaven's Eye Association had been searching everywhere for decades, they had basically collected all the equipment of famous sorcerers. Even if they wanted Merlin's staff, Thea could pay a little price for it. This test was almost no difficulty for her. Chapter 437. Alright, you've passed all the tests. Now you can take your reward. Morgan Le Fay's doppelganger closed the parchment and summoned the golden cube that the skeleton was hugging, hinting for Thea to come forward and take it. What's the meaning of this? Thea initially thought that the reward was really this cube, but she soon realized that something was wrong. Not to mention the actual use of this thing, just the fact that it was a part of a trap meant that Morgan didn't value this thing at all. Morgan and Merlin fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and then worked together to deduce the clues. She was afraid that it was all fake. This skeleton was also a bit fake. Thea didn't believe that Morgan would engrave such a low-level spell like charm on his bones. That was too low. Most importantly, there were only 98 questions in the test. As long as she read a few more books, she would know that there was 1 or 2 more tests. Perhaps the cube itself was also a test? Taking this cube now was definitely a stupid thing to do. Thea stood still and shook her head. I don't want it. You really don't want it? It contains the truth of the universe. I don't want it. The blonde doppelganger sighed and put away the golden cube and parchment. You've passed the last test. Come and take your real reward. After saying that, she reached out and wiped the space, and a pool of dark blue lake water suddenly appeared in the dark room. The water rippled. This wasn't the so-called mountain spring water of modern society. It was clear and transparent, and the water contained bursts of vitality. Along with the slight undulation of the water, one could hear the lake water hitting the shore and smell waves of moving fragrance. This is... Thea was finally a bit moved. She didn't expect the blonde Morgan Le Fay to answer her, because she recognized this pool of water from the source of her bloodline. This was a part of the elven kingdom of Avalon, the habitat of the goddess of the lake. It was different from the Avalon she had summoned that day. That was just a projection from a distant space, and didn't even reflect 1% of its power. The pool in front of her was only the size of a few people hugging it. It looked like it was only a small part of the original area, but the magic it contained seemed to be telling her something. This was real, or it could be said that Morgan Le Fay had cut out a part of the past and placed it in the present world, in front of Thea's eyes. Such a miraculous method was obviously not done by the silly clone. This was a gift personally left behind by King Arthur's sister, Morgan Le Fay, who had fought with King Arthur all his life, but who had carried him back to Avalon at the last moment of King Arthur's life. Anyone who knew the story of King Arthur would know that after the sword in the stone was broken, he received Merlin's guidance and obtained the sword in the lake from the goddess of the lake in Avalon. It was the widely spread sword of victory and oath. Thea felt her heart beating a little too fast. She quickly turned around to look at the blonde Morgan Le Fay's clone, hoping to get some pointers. Thea had lost gems many times before, so they were still very valuable. The golden-haired woman scratched her head, nodded at her, and made a throwing gesture. Throw things into the water? Then the goddess ran out. Is this the golden axe you lost? This story doesn't seem to be set in England. Thea was a little stumped. After she had lost another 3 gems, the silly doppelganger instructed her in a low voice, "You have to let the goddess of the lake see your confidence and courage." Then, it ran away quickly. Obviously, this was the limit of what it could reveal. Confidence and courage? Thea was deep in thought. The lake was very shallow, so it shouldn't be a test of superficial courage like jumping in, and it also wasn't a test of honesty like the golden and silver axes. Then, there was only one result, the courage to be willing and the confidence to persevere. She threw a gem into the lake, and the lake water spat it out quickly like a grape peel. Obviously, the other party didn't want this thing. Thea tried a dagger, a long sword, a round shield, a wrist guard, a helmet, and a lot of other modern products. Except for the long sword, everything else was rejected. She must have set her sights on the long swords. Shia was a little scared as she threw a few long swords into the lake. The lake water only swelled up, and she could vaguely hear the banshees singing. As a female, she was completely immune to this kind of singing. However, the other party's message was very clear. Continue. You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. Thea took out a long sword with a magic circle engraved on it from her space ring. This was a gift she prepared for Thea's 8th birthday. The body of the sword was made by Diana, and the magic circle was drawn by Thea herself. The sharpness of the sword was almost indestructible. She threw it in with a whoosh. The lake water was filled with cheerful emotions, but the goddess of the lake still didn't appear. Thea took out a few swords that the Church of the Cold Flame had offered as a tribute. Some could increase the wearer's charm, some could automatically become invisible when held in the hand, and some could let the wielder breathe underwater. Her heart was bleeding. She threw them in one by one. The lake water was already showing signs of boiling, and a few faint whirlpools were forming, but some key forces were still missing. She was so greedy. Thea felt her blood pressure rising. She only had 3 swords left in her hands. They were the fake Godslayer she obtained from Paradise Island, the real Ares Must Die sword, the nameless magic sword forged by the demons, and the Merlin sword. The Godslayer was rarely used now. Logically speaking, this sword should be the first to be used as a sacrifice. However, Thea thought of her feelings for Diana, and the symbolic meaning of this sword was greater than its actual meaning. The magic sword was also rarely used in battle. Thea valued its ability to absorb and its high quality. This sword was a key tool to deal with Black Adam in the future, so she couldn't give it up now. Then the only choice left was the Merlin sword. This sword faintly resonated with her bloodline, and contained a trace of luck. Thea had just tasted the sweetness of it, and she didn't want to give it up. Was this a test of courage? The Godslayer represented feelings, the magic sword represented the future, and the Merlin sword represented luck. She had to make a choice between the 3 swords. After a few mental struggles, Thea made the final decision. The strong needed feelings and a future, but they didn't need luck. Would Doomsday let her go because she was lucky? Earth had been pierced through, so what was the use of having high luck? Reason told her that it was easiest to give up feelings. She had to pay a small price for a big gain. Thea shook her head. Feelings were necessary for her as an individual. It was easy to give them up, but the price was too high. The feelings here weren't just love and family, but all of them. If she gave up love today, she would give up family and friendship tomorrow. In the end, she would have nothing left. Feelings were the fetters of an intelligent life. It wasn't a restriction, but a source of power. It was the starting point of all thinking. If she only wanted to survive in the beginning, then today, feelings were the cornerstone that made her work hard, the motivation to climb to the top. Without her family and lovers, what was the point of being invincible? Chapter 438. Now that she understood her own principles, there were no strange phenomena like those in novels. She could only feel a sense of relief. Sia vaguely realized that this sword might be what the goddess of the lake really needed. After all, it was a bit funny to give a sword from Greek mythology and a sword from hell to a Celtic god. Merlin's sword and the goddess of the lake were of the same origin. Returning it to her was the right thing to do, right? Thea wrinkled her nose and silently apologized to Ancestor Merlin in her heart. She reached out and broke the necklace. The sword was enlarged to a standard size. Holding the sword with both hands, she gently threw it into the lake. Merlin's sword did not sink to the bottom directly like the previous swords. Instead, it emitted a faint white light and slowly sank. The sirens singing and the sound of waves hitting the shore disappeared in a flash. Only Morgan Le Fay's avatar could be heard and disappeared without a trace. Sia stared at the surface of the lake nervously. The waves parted to the left and right steadily. The lake water, which had only reached her feet before, deepened visibly. A gorgeous goddess in a sky-blue peacock sleeves, a long dress, and emerald crystal earrings slowly rose from the water. A true god. A true god from the past borrowed some means to temporarily connect to the present world. The goddess of the lake's divine power was not vast, but the external feeling she gave was incomparably natural. As long as one was beside her, one could feel her unparalleled calmness and longing for the future. Thea had only seen such an experience of facing a true god in her prime once before. At that time, the goddess of the moon shot an arrow from the distant past in order to cut off the mark on the elk. However, Thea's level was still a little low at that time. The power in her body was like water without roots. She could only watch the show in the fog. What she actually understood and what she learned were all nonsense. Although Thea had not yet reached the stage where she was angry with Horus, this was her own timeline. The world did not reject her. Her vision and knowledge were far better than the empty shell with only power. The goddess of the lake today could let her see a lot of things. Her character and inner thoughts were not the path she wanted to take, but this close feeling of the goddess of the lake's power still benefited her a lot. The goddess of the lake did not speak. She just held her hands flat as if she was holding something and walked slowly towards her. Thea heard shouts of encouragement and support. Of course, there were also doubts and questions. She didn't know if this was real or just a figment of her imagination. She tidied up her clothes and walked steadily into the lake. Thea clenched and unclenched her fists a few times. In a tenth of a second, she recalled her experience in the past 5 years. She took a deep breath and reached for the empty hands of the goddess of the lake. It had a physical body. When Thea placed her finger on the outside of the left wrist of the goddess of the lake, where she suspected the hilt, the solid touch told her that all the previous efforts were worth it. This legendary holy sword had crossed the distance of time and space and was about to be reborn. As she touched it, the shape of the sword gradually revealed itself. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the azure sword hilt was made from a star stone that could emit a faint light even in the abyss. The blade was in the shape of a half-moon. It was made of a metal that the ancient mages called the Earth's core gold. Thea's magic sword also contained a small amount of Earth's core gold, but the amount was very small. This blade was a whole piece of Earth's core gold that was smelted with the fire of the sun. However, these precious materials were just a foil. The 1.2-meter-long blade was the real treasure. It was not gold, copper, or iron. The blade was thin and light. Thea shook her wrist, and a variety of colors emerged. The bottom of the blade was engraved with the inscription, Excalibur, in Old English, which meant to break steel. However, modern society gave this sword a more unique name, the Sword of Victory and Pledge. The ancient mages could not recognize the material of this sword, but Sia was all too familiar with it. It was the same material as the Ring of Lamps, except that it was of a higher grade and grander. This was an ultimate holy sword that relied on the emotions of intelligent life forms and was created through imagination. Unlike the single emotion of the Ring of Light, the emotions contained in this sword could be said to be extremely rich. At least, the few emotions that Thea knew, such as anger, jealousy, fear, courage, pity, hope, and love, were all contained in this sword. It was the same as the Ring of Light. Inputting one's emotions, it would emit a light that was countless times more dazzling than the sun, destroying everything. This was the combination of the thoughts of all living beings. To reach this level, Thea still had a long way to go. The premise to fully exert the power of the Holy Sword was to control all emotions. Her own emotions, the emotions of the outside world, the good, the bad, and the evil. In the face of the attack of all intelligent life and the combined thoughts of all living beings, presumably those who could not be named would also retreat. The goddess of the lake sent out the sword, and it gently brushed Thea's cheek like a spring breeze. Her hands were warm and soft, like a dancing evening wind, taking away all her worries and also smoothing out her slightly frowned brows. From the beginning to the end, the goddess of the lake did not say a word. She smiled and slowly retreated, and the light of the lake separated again, and the slight waves brought her back to her peaceful hometown. Thea watched her disappear into the lake and bowed deeply. At this time, any words would be useless, and the goddess of the lake did not say anything. Thea also understood her intentions. Just like King Arthur, this was the choice of fate, and also her own choice. Did that guy leave? The originally silent atmosphere was instantly broken by the golden-haired Morgan Le Fay's doppelganger. This very amusing fellow had actually conjured a wall in the spacious and empty dark room. He leaned against the wall as he carefully looked around. Thea was too lazy to pay attention to him, and she casually waved the sword twice. This sword was fine just holding it, but as long as one had the intention to fight, the sword would become very heavy. She tried to inject fear into the sword, but the sword could only be said to be a little lighter, and it was still far from being able to be used freely. Thea was stronger than King Arthur in that she knew the existence of the emotional spectrum, and she knew about the 7 lantern core. As long as she could wear the 7 lantern rings, she could at least use half of the sword's power. Sister Morgan, do you know where the scabbard is? I can't always carry it, right? Thea tried to put the sword into the space ring, and could only turn to ask the blonde. The scabbard is much more important than the sword. When my original body discussed with that guy, he did not mention the scabbard. The blonde Morgan touched her chin and thought for a while before answering. The guy she was talking about was the goddess of the lake. It seemed that it was not easy to get a bargain, and the gods were not stupid. Thea certainly knew that the scabbard was more important. Originally, she wanted to see if she could get the scabbard, but today had given her a lot of surprises, so she was in a very good mood and did not continue to worry about the scabbard. Chapter 439. Isolated from the world, this scabbard was even more powerful than the holy sword. It could protect the wielder from all attacks, immune to the passage of time, and immune to magic attacks. It could even be said that the scabbard itself represented the word magic. This was the top law of the world. As the wielder of the current generation's sword of victory and pledge, Thea could faintly hear the call of the scabbard. It was just that the distance was beyond her understanding. It wasn't on Earth, it wasn't in the outer space, it wasn't in the material plane, and it wasn't even in the timeline. Thea shook her head and collected her thoughts. She couldn't even use the power of the sword. It was too unrealistic to expect a scabbard now. Sister Morgan. This is... Thea was still thinking about the future when she saw the blonde woman drag 3 stone slabs out of the void with great effort. This is the reward left by the original body for the test. The blonde woman wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead and said vaguely. Thea was a little dazed. She looked at the sword in her hand. Then what was that just now? That was the test of the goddess of the lake. You didn't think that the original body would reward you with a warrior's sword, did you? We're mages. Of course the reward is related to mages. The blonde woman said while looking at Thea as if she were stupid. Thea didn't want to argue with her about warrior and mage. The meaning of the holy sword was far beyond such a mundane definition. This clone looked mature and beautiful, but in fact, her intelligence was not as good as Damien's. There was no harm in following her words. This was the only experience she had in dealing with naughty children in the past 2 years. The dark gray stone slabs were very heavy. 2 of them emitted a faint white light, while the other one was shrouded in a faint black aura. Thea gently placed her hand on the stone slab that emitted a white light. The stone slab's surface was incomparably smooth, but when one's spirit power penetrated it, one would discover that the stone slab contained a wealth of knowledge. Morgan Le Fay might have anticipated the language barrier of the future generations. She was like Thea, who read minds outside, skipping the language barrier and directly using her spirit power to leave her own magic and experience inside the stone slab. Huh! Thea, who had always been calm, could not help but exclaim softly. This evil sorcerer, who was known for his black magic, had left behind a large number of medical spells. Much of the knowledge was related to modern medicine, but it would take a lot of time to read all of them. The 2 white stone slabs contained medical knowledge, while the last black stone slab recorded necromancy and black magic. This knowledge was far more precious than Sargon's memories. In essence, it made up for the shortcomings of Thea's profound theories. It was what she needed the most right now. Big Sister Morgan, what level has your main body reached? Can one really reach the peak by simply accumulating magic power? To be honest, Thea wasn't very sure about her future. She couldn't compare to Superman and his gang. In this era where the old gods had passed away and the new gods were born, she didn't even know who to ask if she wanted to reach the top. She just walked forward like a blind person groping for an elephant. She could not find the answer on Earth, and there was no way she could go to planet Tianqi and knock on Darkseid's door. Hey, Blue Fatty, tell me how to become the god of magic. Darkseid could kill her in seconds. Previously, she had thought that she could become a god naturally after obtaining the divine power of Black Adam and Shazam. However, after a brief interaction with the goddess of the lake, she realized that she had been too naive. She might need power, but so did her level. She always felt that she was lacking something compared to these gods. This was the real reason why she had asked Morgan's clone. It was rare for the blonde Morgan to be so serious. He sized up Sia from head to toe with a probing gaze. Your main body must have left this world. As for you, you haven't grasped your true power. The blonde Morgan stroked her chin and pointed at the unicorn tattoo on Thea's shoulder. This thing not only gives you power, but it also limits your future achievements. You can only reach the top if you become one with it again. Become one with the tattoo again? I don't quite understand what you mean. Thea didn't expect to get such an answer. You call this a tattoo? Alright, it's up to you. Your tattoo is actually a reflection of your inner self. Light and darkness, hero and criminal, these are the choices that fate has given you. But you went against the arrangement of fate. You walked on a completely new path. Your several possible futures were condensed into this tattoo. It represents what you could become. You must completely embrace everything about you, such as justice, evil, rationality, passion, and all these other things. Morgan's clone was a little stumbling as she explained. It was obvious that she was very enthusiastic about helping Thea, but there were many words that she did not know how to express. However, Thea roughly understood. Wasn't she talking about her original fate? It was just that she had already jumped out of her original framework. Thea didn't expect that. She thought that she had said goodbye to her past, but the power of her bloodline had pulled some remnants back. Did she need to completely merge with the light and darkness in the unicorn tattoo? Merging was easy, but her personality would change drastically. Would she still be herself? Is there a way for me to maintain the fusion of my current personality? This question really stumped Morgan's clone. She furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and thought carefully. Perhaps you can try to remove some of the negative effects by increasing your mental strength to an extremely high level. Mental strength? Thea was no stranger to this attribute. When she first practiced martial arts, it was her perception. Now, it was her mental strength. Due to the fusion of transmigrators, she had always been strong in this aspect. However, it was very difficult to improve it through daily training. She had to cultivate it in a special environment and place. Alright, I've told you everything I know. I'm going to sleep. Come and play with me when you're free. Sister Morgan hurriedly waved her hand. Thea only saw a blur in front of her eyes before she appeared outside the temple. The moon was bright outside, and the soft moonlight sprinkled on the road. She roughly estimated the time. She arrived at the temple in the evening. After that, she didn't spend too much time investigating and searching. Most of her time was spent on answering Morgan's 99 questions. The moment she left the temple and entered the outside world, the connection between her and the Sword of Victory and Pledge became closer. Unlike Merlin's sword, which was connected by blood, the meaning of the sacred sword's transmission was a kind of responsibility and heavy burden. The relationship between her and the sword was a bit like that of a revolutionary comrade. The sacred sword made a soft buzzing sound. Thea understood its meaning. She softly chanted the inscriptions on the sword. The sacred sword turned into a ball of illusory energy and entered her arm. She took out her communication device to check the time. She had been in the temple for 3 days. Thea didn't leave immediately. She found a big tree and lay on it. She looked at the moonlight and began to think about her future path. Chapter 440. The unicorn was still very young. It had just entered adulthood and couldn't express itself clearly. Thea summoned her doppelganger and wanted to ask her opinion. We are you. As long as you make up your mind, you don't have to worry about our opinions. We are a whole. This is your future and the choice you can make. When our existence hinders your path, you should make your real choice. The doppelganger said calmly before vanishing like a puff of smoke. Become a Chinibu like the unicorn? Or become a gloomy doppelganger? Thea muttered to herself in the empty night sky. She quickly shook her head. This was not what she needed. Light was not justice, and the shadow was not evil. It had nothing to do with right and wrong. It was just that she didn't like it and didn't want it. The fusion was not urgent. She needed to make more plans and preparations. As for Morgan Le Fay's so-called spiritual power, it was something that could be done at the moment. Although her body's magical power was profound and her knowledge was extensive, she might not know the real secrets of this world. Among these secrets, Thea could think of a sacred place to cultivate spiritual power. Nandarbat. Of course, it was not the place called the base camp of the ninja master, which was actually a cellar. It was in the crevice between the mountains and valleys, material and illusory. There was a paradise that was rich in high-level energy. When the ninja master chose this place, Thea felt that it was most likely the three-palace demon behind him who spied on it across many planes. He saw that this place was different. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Even with the strength of the great demon king, he could not find the real secret place. If the current Earthlings were the 5th generation and Atlantis was the 4th generation, this place was the treasure left behind by the original civilization of the Earth. Aware that their civilization was about to be destroyed, on the eve of the upheaval, these wise men of the ancient civilization gathered the spiritual power of the entire race and forcibly opened up a space. All of their people abandoned their material bodies and lived here in the form of spiritual power to avoid the inevitable disaster from the outside world. The original plan was good. Their spiritual power was preserved, and to a certain extent, they were immortal. However, the 2nd and 3rd generation civilizations of the Earth appeared one after another. Without the support of a physical body for a long time, even the leaders with iron will could not withstand the erosion and baptism of time. They had forgotten their names and their mission. Tens of thousands of years of emptiness had caused them to be severely polarized. The kind were more kind, and the evil were more evil. The weak spiritual bodies were all abandoned. Many champions walked out of the spiritual space, some helping the new civilization to build a new home, while others hated these people for taking their place, stirring up trouble and committing all kinds of evil. They had all forgotten that the other party was once their kin, and the result of attacking each other was the destruction of all of them. As the world changed, civilized societies continued to rise and fall, and after that, a new cycle began. Their weak clansmen had been left behind in that eternal spiritual space. Even in the books of the gods, which claimed to be omniscient, there were very few records of their former glory. They had been completely forgotten, both physically and spiritually. When Zeus and the other gods fell into a deep slumber, mankind entered the fifth era. Many devout monks, bishops, and imams of Tantric Buddhism had their spiritual power skyrocketed before they died. They vaguely saw that place. From the few words they left behind, mankind named that place Paradise Lost, Heaven, Pure Land, and so on. Of course, this was the definition and perception of heaven by secular religions, not the heaven that actually existed. Thea arranged her own matters and came to this area alone. She wanted to find the entrance to Paradise Lost. After the great event of eternity of evil, the evil of the world would converge with the spiritual bodies here to form a new evil god, which would then be purified by Boston Brand. However, that was something that would happen a long time later, so it wasn't worth Thea's worry. Without alerting Talia and the others in Nandabart, she dressed up like a traveler, bypassed the Assassin League's headquarters, and walked alone into the deep mountains. The civilized world was left behind by her. She was surrounded by towering mountains and rocks. Not to mention humans, even animals couldn't be seen here. The young mistress' body was now astonishing. She walked steadily in the wilderness, taking out Croydon's compass from time to time to confirm her position. She had to admit that this item that Constantine had been thinking about was sometimes useless, but sometimes its effects were heaven-defying. Sia had done a lot of homework before she came here. She had borrowed all the records that mentioned this area, including the notes of several religious leaders before their deaths, under various pretenses. However, the records were all illusory, and she was confused when she read them. After that, she also used the blood connection to find Old Ma, who was now very beautiful, and asked the Lady of Xanadu to do a divination. The divination result was disappointing. 5 cards jumped out at once, and the area covered the 5 continents. The Lady of Xanadu was stunned. Thea realized that she could only rely on herself. She began to use all kinds of satellite positioning, carbon detection, supercomputer simulation, spiritual power scanning, and magic power sensing. However, all of these things added together were not as effective as the Croydon's compass. This compass completely taught her what it meant to specialize in a field. A magic item that could catch the eye of Constantine, the son of the DC world, was not just for show. The compass followed her instructions to find the place with the richest spiritual power. At first, there were some disturbances, and then it would deviate from the direction from time to time, but generally speaking, it was gradually getting closer. The young mistress did not fly. She was afraid of missing some key points, and this matter could not be left to others. She could only follow the compass's guidance and walk in this primitive forest step by step. On the 3rd day, she had walked through most of the mountain range, but found nothing. On the 15th day, she went back to take care of some business. After several confirmations, she realized that she had walked past the target entrance. She could only continue to search in the opposite direction. On the 19th day, Diana also accompanied her to search. Wonder Woman was also very helpless. Her lasso of truth could not trap the mountain and ask. She did not even know who to ask. The two found an open space and had a friendly discussion. The young mistress sent off Diana in high spirits. On the 25th day, she finally found a clue. The place she was now in was ordinary. There was no light, no purple gas, and nothing on the ground except 2 big stones. However, this was the strange part. Thea had an excellent memory. She had walked through this coordinate 3 times in just over 20 days. Her route had been recorded by Gideon. She had walked through the entire mountain area twice without any blind spots. Along the way, according to the compass's guidance, there were 7 or 8 places that she had walked through the same place twice, but only this place was the same place 3 times in a row. Chapter 441. Thea took out her compass and paced around. The needle of the compass went from south to north, and when she reached a certain point, it spun like a windmill. It's here. She sat in the same place. After more than 20 days of searching, she was exhausted. She still had plenty of physical strength, but she was mentally exhausted. She needed to recover and face any unexpected situations in a relatively good state. There's nothing in the sky, so it must be underground? Sia did not simply close her eyes to rest. In the original timeline, it was Ninikro who messed around. He was tricked by the fake magic book and caused a series of changes in Nandarbat. Only then did Paradise Lost reveal a tentacle from the spiritual world. Now, nothing happened. This small world had been hidden for tens of thousands of years, avoiding the prying eyes of countless true gods. Its hiding ability could be said to be very unique. Thea first used several detection methods of Sargon and Morgan Laffey to explore the spatial structure here, and the results were very satisfying. Several spells transmitted the point under her feet. Although it was weak, it did have the meaning of an interlayer. After that, she began to search for the entrance, and the Eye of Horus was fully activated. From where she sat, she could almost see Mars, but she didn't see anything. This proved that the entrance was not in the sky. She turned her head and continued to search the ground, but after only seeing through 2 layers of rocks, she couldn't see any further. Her line of sight encountered an invisible energy, and then it was absorbed. It's underground? Thea was overjoyed. After busying herself for nearly a month, it was finally time to reveal it. She took out the God of Death's staff. This staff could sink the continent. Even now in the hands of an outsider, Thea, its power was less than 10%, but a simple hole was no problem. The staff gently touched the ground, and she felt the throbbing of the veins. This artifact of Atlantis clearly told her that there was a cave under the rocks. Thea no longer hesitated. She flew into the air, held the staff with both hands, pointed the top of the staff at the ground, and used all her strength to strike it down. Rumble. The power of this staff could be said to be earth-shattering, and the vibrations could be felt from several miles away. Countless rocks fell, and a large number of trees were knocked down. The wild beasts that lived in the mountains ran out of their nests. Even the base camp of the Assassin Alliance at the outermost perimeter of the mountain area was affected by the tremors. The smug Talia thought that it was an earthquake and hurriedly ran out of the cave with a group of people, looking around nervously. Thea did not have the time to care about their feelings. She looked at the big hole she made and grit her teeth. This power was a little too strong. The hole had a diameter of more than 30 meters and was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This hole was so deep that the drilling team could work for at least half a year with the toughest drill bit. Thea was now completely confused about the function of this staff. This staff could only be said to be okay against enemies, but against Earth. How much did the King of Death hate Atlantis back then? A magical weapon of the water attribute was actually made into a weapon for digging holes. Thea put away her unspoken criticism of the King of Death and waited for the smoke to dissipate. Then she flew down the hole. After only flying for half a minute, a cool breeze blew against her face. There was not much stale smell in the air, but it was fresh and comfortable. When she landed at the bottom, she saw countless snowflake stones, stalagmites, stone pillars, and stone towers. The surroundings were as pure and beautiful as snow. It seems that this place has been blocked by the rocks for a long time. Thea looked around. There was no other way around except for the skylight she made. She reached out and touched a nearby stalagmite. This was not a natural creation, but a condensation of some kind of mental strength. She suppressed her excitement, knowing that the entrance was just ahead. The scenery in the cave could be described as extremely beautiful. The deeper she went, the more snowflake stones were condensed by mental strength. The spectacular and gorgeous scenery could be seen everywhere. Thea did not pay too much attention to the scenery, ignoring the deep silence around her, and walked steadily and firmly. There were many winding paths inside the cave. Along the way, the strength of the snowflake stones guided her. According to the strength of the energy, the closer she got to the entrance of the cave, the stronger it would be. She stopped in front of a 40-meter-tall statue of a petrified dragon. The statue was lifelike. This dragon, or a creature that looked like a dragon, had 2 heads, and its body was not as slender as what Thea had seen in the magic books. This dragon's body was sturdy, its back was high, and it also had 2 tails, but they were very short. The dragon statue was huge and blocked all the back paths. Thea looked and said loudly, "Behind you is the entrance, right? I'm not a bad person, can you let me in? Did you hear me? You're not dead, are you? If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. I know you're still alive." Thea shouted for a long time, but the dragon did not respond. She could only hold the Death King's staff tightly and get into an attacking posture. The dragon knew that it could not hide it anymore. It quickly absorbed the weathered crystals on the surface of its body. In less than half a minute, its body was finally revealed. It moved slightly and breathed out a cloud of mist. A dragon without a physical body? At first, Sia thought that it was a giant dragon, but when it revealed its true form, she realized that she was wrong. This guy was another life form, not a natural life form at all. To put it in an inaccurate way, it was more like a giant dragon made of pure spiritual power. "You can't go in, you don't have permission." The dragon did not have a voice, and naturally could not speak. It used telepathy to speak. "Human, back off. I know you're not a bad person, I don't want to be your enemy. I have a reason to go in." Thea had been busy for a month, how could she be stopped by this guy? "No. Please, I have to go in." "No." Thea tried her best, but the other party was extremely rigid and refused to let her in. The other party's strength was not too strong. Thea felt that it was similar to the Charm Witch. It had sufficient mental strength, but its body was stiff, and it needed a huge amount of mental strength to maintain the movement of its body. It could not even exert 30% of its strength. To deal with this kind of guy without a physical body, she could only use a large amount of magic to fight a battle of attrition. But it was different now. She smiled and took out the Sword of Victory and Pledge. This fantasy-type holy sword was a collection of the will of all living beings. It had already reached the peak of mental influence, and could be said to be the ultimate nemesis of all mental creatures. "Hey, take a look at my sword." Ugh! The 2-headed dragon's mental body flickered when the holy sword was taken out. Although it had never seen the sword, it could see the structure of the sword clearly. This sword could casually stab 100 or 80 creatures like it, which were made of spiritual energy. It was fine to deal with enemies with physical bodies, but to deal with an incorporeal body like it, it felt like it would die without a cause. It was a little scared.